Chapter 335. Seeing that Zhongmeng was stunned, Sun Qiao was even more suspicious. What was this person's motive for wanting to help her? Could it be? Thinking of this, Sun Qiao turned to look at her daughter. Could it be? Seeing that Sun Qiao was on high alert, Zhongmeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sect leader Sun, I didn't mean that. My main purpose for coming here is to ask Sect Leader Sun to help me make the black feather cloak. Also, I want to maintain a long-term cooperation with you. Because I think there are still many things that I need you to make. If you become Tiangongmen, it will be very inconvenient for me. That's why I want to help you. Zhongmeng paused for a moment before continuing. If it's possible, you can move in with me. It will be much more convenient for you to make equipment for me. Hearing Zhongmeng's words, Sun Qiao's eyes lit up. She quickly probed, may I know which sect Prince Zhong is from? Where do you live? In Sun Qiao's opinion, if Zhongmeng was a disciple of a big sect, it would be reasonable for him to say such words. If there was no conflict between this sect and his own sect, then even if he moved over, it would only be beneficial to him and not detrimental to him. Kikyaromen had too few people. Plus, they didn't have any powerful martial artists to protect them. This made their strength even weaker. If Kikyaromen could let this person's sect protect them, then Kikyaromen wouldn't have any worries. It wouldn't be a problem for them to grow and expand. To be honest, Sun Qiao wasn't worried about technology. She was worried about safety. After so many years, the reason why Kikyaromen didn't store any materials or equipment was naturally related to safety. Kikyaromen's headquarters was in this courtyard. The guards in this courtyard were ordinary martial artists. It was impossible to rely on these people to protect Kikyaromen. If there was a large sect to protect them, then all these problems would be solved. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao nervously looked at Zhongmeng. She would wait for him to tell her the name of their sect and then analyze the strength of this sect to see if she could help Kikyaromen. Hearing Sun Qiao's words and seeing her eyes, Zhongmeng naturally understood what she was thinking. Zhongmeng shook his head. I'm sorry to disappoint Sect Leader Sunday. I'm not a disciple of a big sect, but the head of a small mountain stronghold. However, please rest assured, Sect Leader Sunday. If you're willing to move over, I can absolutely guarantee that no one in this world will be able to harm you. When Zhongmeng said this, although he was full of confidence, Sun Qiao didn't believe him. No matter how well the person in front of him spoke, without the backing of a large sect, everything would be in vain. The large sects had the advantage of numbers and experts. It was easy for them to protect a Kikyaromen. However, relying on the protection of this young man in front of him, Sun Qiao felt that it was a little unreliable. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao coughed lightly and changed the topic. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? Go and eat first. If there's anything else, we can talk later. Hearing this, Leng Yelio immediately turned to look at Zhongmeng and said with a smile, let's go and eat. I'm really a little hungry. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Zhongmeng understood that she didn't believe him. However, he also knew that if Sun Qiao didn't know his strength, she wouldn't believe him no matter how he explained. Since she wouldn't believe him, Zhongmeng naturally didn't want to explain further. He stood up and cupped his hands at Sun Qiao before following Leng Yelio to the dining room. Looking at Zhongmeng's back as he left, Sun Qiao was puzzled. Until now, she still didn't understand what this young man was trying to say. His goal was to get her to go to their stronghold to make equipment for him. However, did a stronghold really need to make so many pieces of equipment? Although there weren't many people in Kikyaromen, if they went all out, the production speed would be very fast. If there wasn't a corresponding supply of goods, would everyone be idle there? Wait, Sun Qiao suddenly remembered something. What kind of equipment did this young man want her to make? Black feather cloak. This young man wanted her to make the black feather cloak in advance. Thinking of the black feather cloak, Sun Qiao was a little uneasy. Only then did she remember that in order to make the black feather cloak, she had to use the feather of the nightmare eagle. Not only was the nightmare eagle's defense amazing, but it was also quite powerful in terms of physical and magical attacks. It was precisely because of the nightmare eagle's strength that the feather of the nightmare eagle rarely appeared. It could even be said that it didn't appear once in a few decades. Then, where did this young man get the feather of the nightmare eagle from? This young man wanted her to send someone to make the black feather cloak. This meant that it was impossible for him to only make one black feather cloak. How was this possible? At this moment, Sun Qiao's eyes were filled with doubt. If this was really the case, could it be that he really had a way to hunt down the nightmare eagle? Thinking of this, Sun Qiao was a little uneasy. Could it be that the mountain stronghold that this young man was talking about was actually quite a large one, the kind that had hundreds of thousands of people? If that was really the case, it was no different from a large sect. If she guessed correctly, the mountain stronghold that this young man was talking about was an extremely large one. Then, to protect a small Kikyaromen would be a simple matter. At this moment, Sun Qiao's tightly knitted eyebrows finally relaxed. If this matter was as she guessed, then even if she didn't compete with the Changongmen, moving to this young man's mountain stronghold wouldn't be a problem. In the face of such a large mountain stronghold, even if the Changongmen were strong, they would definitely give some face. Since this was the case, Sun Qiao decided to wait for Zhong Meng to finish his meal before asking him in detail to see if the mountain stronghold that he was talking about was as large as she had imagined. Of course, Zhong Meng didn't know about Sun Qiao's thoughts. He was thinking that this was a good opportunity. If he could bring the Kikyaromen back to his mountain stronghold, it would definitely be of great help to his future development. With the help of the Kikyaromen and the production of some good equipment, it would be difficult for his auction house not to become popular. Others were worried about not having good materials. No matter how skilled they were, they wouldn't be able to produce good equipment. However, Zhong Meng was different. He wasn't worried about not having good materials, but he was worried about not having good skills. As long as Zhong Meng wanted good materials, he would definitely be able to get them. However, Zhong Meng wouldn't be able to get the crafting skills. Chapter 336. After the incident with the Tianji sect, Zhong Meng realized that it was better to have it himself than to ask others for help. Now that he had Zhong Leji to help him with the mechanical engineering technique, it should not be a problem. If he could bring the people from Kikyaromen back to Twin Dragon Mountain, then he would have no problem making leather armor. Next, Zhong Meng needed to contact more people from all walks of life and bring them back to Twin Dragon Mountain to make all kinds of equipment for him. Leng Yelio, who was sitting on the other side, saw that Zhong Meng was deep in thought and could not help but ask, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Zhong Meng smiled and shook his head, "Nothing." Leng Yelio pouted, "Liar, I can tell that you are thinking about something. It's fine if you don't want to say it." Hearing this, Zhong Meng smiled and said, "I'm thinking, how can I help you win this competition?" Leng Yelio's eyes lit up. "Do you have a way?" Zhong Meng hesitated for a moment before nodding, "I think so." Leng Yelio was overjoyed when he heard Zhong Meng's words. He put down his bowl and asked, "What is it? Tell me." Zhong Meng shook his head, "I can't say it. It won't work if I say it." Leng Yelio frowned, "Fine, don't say it. It's as if I want to know." Zhong Meng could only shake his head with a bitter smile. After the two finished their meal, they returned to the living room. Sun Qiao saw that Zhong Meng had returned and quickly gestured for Zhong Meng to sit down. She then asked softly, "Prince Zhong, I forgot to ask. How many people do you have in your village?" Zhong Meng lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying slowly, "About 700 to 800 people." Sun Qiao was disappointed when she heard Zhong Meng's words. A village of 700 to 800 people was nothing compared to the hundreds of thousands she had imagined. Zhong Meng knew what Sun Qiao was thinking when he saw the disappointment on her face. However, even if he knew what she was thinking, there was nothing he could do. Sun Qiao coughed softly when she saw that Zhong Meng did not speak. She covered up her rudeness and asked softly, "Prince Zhong, this competition with the Tiangongmen is very important. If we lose, according to the contract, we must join the Tiangongmen." Speaking up to this point, Sun Qiao paused for a moment before continuing, "Young Master Zhong should also know that we basically have no chance of winning this competition. I think that the chances of us losing are very high. At that time, I'm afraid that we will let young Master Zhong down." Before Zhong Meng could reply, Leng Yelio interrupted Sun Qiao and said, "Mother, Prince Zhong said that he has a way to help us. Sun Qiao was stunned when she heard this. She turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked doubtfully, "Really? Prince Zhong really has a way to help us?" Zhong Meng nodded. "Right, if you lose the competition, you have to join the Tiangongmen. However, if you win, what will happen?" Sun Qiao smiled bitterly when she heard Zhong Meng's words. "According to the contract, if we lose, we have to join the Tiangongmen unconditionally. If the Tiangongmen lose, they have to give us their precious cauldron of heaven and earth." Cauldron of heaven and earth. Zhong Meng's eyes lit up when he heard this name. With such a grand name, it must be something good. Zhong Meng asked, "What is the use of the Tiangongmen's cauldron of heaven and earth?" Sun Qiao explained when she heard Zhong Meng's question. When refining equipment, there are many metals that cannot be smelted using normal methods. They can only be smelted using special items. The cauldron of heaven and earth is one of the treasures that can be used to refine these items. Zhong Meng was slightly disappointed when he heard this. He asked, "Can the items refined from the cauldron of heaven and earth add attributes?" Attributes? Sun Qiao was stunned when she heard Zhong Meng's question. She asked curiously, "What is an attribute? Is it a type of metal?" Zhong Meng knew that he had misspoken when he heard Sun Qiao's question. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, an attribute is a type of metal." Sun Qiao nodded as if she understood. She frowned and asked, "Why have I never heard of this type of metal?" Zhong Meng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "It's too rare. This type of metal is too rare. That's why sect leader Sun has never heard of it." Sun Qiao nodded when she heard Zhong Meng's answer. She then asked, "By the way, I heard from my daughter that Prince Zhong has a way to help us. Do you have any good ideas?" Zhong Meng nodded when he heard this. He then asked, "By the way, can you tell me what you will use to refine the equipment for the competition if you can't find the diamond monster's skin?" Sun Qiao thought for a moment when she heard Zhong Meng's question. She then said softly, "Actually, to be honest with you, even if I have the diamond monster's skin, I don't have the confidence to win. If the Tiangongmen were to refine this equipment with special materials, then no matter what material I use to refine the equipment, I won't be able to beat them." Zhong Meng nodded when he heard this. Sect leader Sun, if that's the case, the Tiangongmen will definitely use special materials to refine a piece of equipment to compete with us. Sun Qiao nodded. "That's right. In order to win this competition, I believe that they will definitely do that. After all, for the sake of fairness, if they lose, they will have to give their cauldron of heaven and earth to me. They won't be willing to accept such a loss, so they have to win." Zhong Meng was puzzled when he heard this. He asked, "If they have a special skill, won't the Kikyaromen have an ending to deal with them?" Sun Qiao smiled bitterly when she heard Zhong Meng's question. She shook her head. The two types of equipment have different functions. Naturally, they don't have the same special skill. Metal armors were all about defensive power. The higher the defensive power of the equipment, the better the equipment. Although the requirements for leather armor are the same, the higher the defense, the better. However, the material itself is also the most important factor. The defense of a leather armor mainly depends on the hardness of the material. This is the most important factor. When making leather armor, you can only add more defense to the key parts of the armor. This way, you can protect the vital parts and reduce the weight of the leather armor. This kind of leather armor is mainly suitable for people who specialize in agility or women. Sun Qiao paused for a moment before she continued, "Among the materials that I know of, there is basically no monster skin that can beat metal. Even if there is, we won't be able to obtain it. Therefore, we basically have no chance of winning this competition. Regardless of whether we have the diamond monster skin or not, we have no chance of winning." After listening to Sun Qiao's explanation, Zhong Meng nodded. He pondered for a moment before he slowly said, "It's okay, as long as you listen to me." Chapter 337. Zhong Meng continued, "Sect Master Sun, as long as you listen to me, I guarantee that you can win this universal cauldron." At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. "I can help you win this competition, but I ask Sect Master Sun to promise me that after winning this competition, you will immediately go to my Twin Ox Mountain to settle down. What do you think?" Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, Prince Zhong, do you have any good ideas? Zhong Meng nodded, Sect Master Sun, don't worry. As long as I'm here, you definitely won't lose. At this moment, a woman in her 30s suddenly walked in. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, she suddenly sneered. Who is this? With you here, we won't lose. Who do you think you are? How dare you boast like this? As the woman spoke, she had already arrived in front of Sun Qiao and bowed, Master, disciple is back. Hearing this, Sun Qiao nodded, you're back. How did it go? The middle-aged woman shook her head, disciple went to many places but couldn't find it. After hearing the middle-aged woman's answer, Sun Qiao sighed, I know. You can go back and rest. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, the middle-aged woman didn't leave. Instead, she turned her head to look at Zhong Meng and suddenly said, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the person who came in this morning and said that he would help us? Speaking of this, the middle-aged woman's eyes turned cold. Master, who let this person in? Didn't we agree that no outsiders were allowed to come in during this period? Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Leng Yelio hurriedly said, Senior sister, this is Prince Zhong. I let him in. He said that he could help us. The middle-aged woman was Sun Qiao's eldest disciple, Han Guyun. In Kikyaromen, other than Sun Qiao, she had the final say. After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Han Guyun faintly said, Junior apprentice sister, at this critical juncture, we must not let down our guard. This person's background is unknown. I think it's better to be careful and let him leave quickly. Our Kikyaromen's matters will be handled by ourselves. When Leng Yelio heard this, he hurriedly said, Eldest senior sister, Prince Zhong can really help us. Just trust him this time. Han Guyun flatly refused. No, this is Kikyaromen's business. How can we let outsiders interfere? Moreover, what ability does this person have to meddle in our affairs? Speaking of this, Han Guyun turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked with a sneer, Young master, do you have any good materials, or do you have some exquisite craftsmanship? Hearing Han Guyun's question, Zhong Meng shook his head. No, I don't know how to craft equipment, nor do I have any good materials. After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Han Guyun fiercely glared at him and coldly shouted, Since you don't know anything, what are you still doing here? Get out. Hearing Han Guyun's angry shout, Leng Yelio hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Senior apprentice sister, he can really help us. If you don't believe me, you can ask my mother. When Han Guyun heard this, she turned to look at Sun Qiao and asked softly, Master, this person's background is unknown. We don't know what he is thinking, especially at this critical juncture. We shouldn't cause trouble. What's more, this person doesn't have any good materials or craftsmanship skills. Even if he wants to help us, how can he help us? This person is obviously a liar. Master, please give the order to drive this person out. After hearing Han Guyun's words, Sun Qiao couldn't help but frown. She slowly said, although Prince Zhong doesn't have any good materials or craftsmanship skills, since he said he can help us, we will believe him for the time being. You don't need to say anything more. When Han Guyun heard this, she hurriedly said, Master, if we keep this person here, I'm afraid that this person will find out about our sect's secrets. That would be terrible. When Sun Qiao heard this, she turned to look at Zhong Meng and shook her head. I've already decided on this matter. You don't need to say anything more. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Guyun was unwilling to give up. She slowly walked in front of Zhong Meng and coldly said, Boy, don't try to play any tricks. I'll be watching you. After saying this, Han Guyun left the hall with a sneer. Looking at Han Guyun's departing figure, Zhong Meng turned to look at Leng Yelio and asked doubtfully, Why is her temper so bad? Leng Yelio smiled and shook her head. Zhong Dage, don't be offended. Eldest senior sister's temper is like this. As long as she wants to say something, no one can stop her. It's just that after she said it, she even forgot about it. Hee. Sun Qiao also nodded. Her temper is like this. She's frank and outspoken. But after so many years, Kikyaromen was able to survive thanks to her. Zhong Meng naturally had nothing to say about other people's sect's matters. He could only agree casually. Sun Qiao pondered for a moment before slowly asking, by the way, Prince Zhong said that he can help me. How does Prince Zhong want to help us? Although Han Guyun's question just now was very unreasonable, it was also what Sun Qiao wanted to know. Although the person in front of her said that he could help her, how could he help her? This wasn't something that could just be said. It had to be done for real. Moreover, the Tiangongmen were very powerful. In terms of forging techniques, they were quite brilliant. Even after so many years of making equipment, she could not think of any way to beat them. Prince Zhong in front of her had admitted that he did not know how to make equipment. Since that was the case, how could he help her? In fact, trusting Zhong Meng was only a matter of helplessness for Sun Qiao. When it came to competing with the Tiangongmen, Sun Qiao had no way of winning. Kikyaromen's sect was too small and it was not safe enough. Therefore, they had not accumulated any high-grade materials. Suddenly, the Tiangongmen said that they wanted to compete. It was not easy to obtain a high-grade material to make equipment. High-grade materials were things that could only be encountered by chance. Even in 8 to 10 years, one might not even come across one, let alone now that they were in a hurry to use them. On the other hand, the Tiangongmen were different. Their sect was very powerful and they had invited many experts. After so many years, who knew how many high-grade materials they had accumulated? If they wanted to compete with Kikyaromen, they only needed to use a high-grade material to make equipment. There was no need to buy it now. This was the difference between the two sects. Under such circumstances, Sun Qiao had long given up hope. She really could not think of any way to win this competition. After hearing Sun Qiao's question, Zhong Meng pondered for a moment before he smiled and said, "May I know what kind of equipment sect leader Sun wants to make?" Sun Qiao was stunned. For a moment, she was speechless. Chapter 338. After being stunned for a while, Sun Qiao asked curiously, "Prince Zhong, what do you mean?" At this point, Sun Qiao couldn't continue. Originally, she thought that even if the person in front of her didn't have superb production skills, since he was willing to help her and spoke so confidently, he should have some good materials. Otherwise, where did this person's confidence come from? Moreover, Sun Qiao remembered very clearly that the person in front of her had wanted them to help make the black feather cloak. It would not be strange if the person who had the black feather cloak's feathers had other precious materials as well. After hearing Sun Qiao's question, Zhong Meng did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Sect leader Sun, the competition between you and the Tianji sect is a test of defense. How do you want to test the defense?" Sun Qiao calmed herself down and asked. Naturally, they wanted to use all kinds of weapons to test the defense of the two pieces of equipment. After hearing Sun Qiao's answer, Zhong Meng nodded. "Since this is the test, sect leader Sun, please use the best materials in Kikyaromen to make a piece of equipment. When the time comes, you'll definitely win." "What?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao stood up in shock and stared at Zhong Meng. After a while, she shouted sternly, "Are you playing with me?" Seeing this, Zhong Meng shook his head. "Don't worry, I won't lie to you. As long as you do as I say, you won't lose." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao weakly sat back in her seat and sighed. She muttered to herself, "Sigh, I knew it would be like this." Seeing her mother's disappointed look, Leng Yelio quickly walked up to Zhong Meng and said angrily, "Are you lying to us?" Seeing the mother and daughter's disappointed look, Zhong Meng could only smile bitterly and shake his head. "Why would I lie to you? What good would it do me to do that? Right now, I just want to help you win this competition. Hurry up and return to Twin Bull Mountain with me." At this point, Zhong Meng sighed. "You don't know how many things are waiting for me to do. I don't have time to lie to you." Leng Yelio's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Could it be that you have some special technique that can make our equipment's defense stronger?" After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng was just about to deny it, but his mind suddenly moved. He nodded and said with a smile, "You're really smart, seeing through it with just a hint. To tell you the truth, I really do have a technique that can increase a piece of equipment's defense by a lot." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to speak, Leng Yelio spoke first. "Zhong Dage, since that's the case, Why don't I find a piece of equipment for you to experiment with and show us? What do you think? Zhong Meng shook his head after hearing this. No, definitely not. Leng Yelio asked curiously, why not? Zhong Meng sighed. To tell you the truth, this is a secret passed down in our family. We won't use it easily. Every time we use it, we have to pay a huge price. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio hurriedly asked, what's the price? If it's gold coins, can I ask my mother to give it to you? Zhong Meng shook his head and said word by word, it's not gold coins, it's lifespan. Every time it's used, it will reduce 3 years of lifespan. That's why the armor's defense is increased by several times. When Zhong Meng said that he had this technique, Sun Qiao did not believe it. After so many years, she had never heard of such a technique. If such a technique existed in the underworld, it would have been spread around long ago. How could she not have heard of it? After hearing Zhong Meng's explanation, she came to a realization. The reason why this technique did not spread was because every time it was used, it would consume 3 years of lifespan. This was not a joke. How many 3 years could a person have? Thinking of this, Sun Qiao felt grateful. Her doubtful mood immediately turned into guilt. She did not expect that the person in front of her would be willing to use 3 years of lifespan to help her win this battle. Looking at Zhong Meng's serious expression, Leng Yelio's eyes turned red. She grabbed Zhong Meng's hand. No, don't do this. Saying this, Leng Yelio turned to look at Sun Qiao and said loudly, Mother, even if we lose this time, we can't let Zhong Dazhai do this. Hearing this, Sun Qiao nodded and said slowly, Liu is right. We can't let Prince Zhong pay such a huge price. This matter, let's just forget about it. Hearing this, Zhong Meng had a bad feeling. He quickly said, it's okay. It's just 3 years of lifespan. As long as you agree to go to Twin Bull Mountain with me, it's worth it. Leng Yelio shook her head vigorously. No, I won't agree. At the end, Leng Yelio was so touched by Zhong Meng that she was about to cry. Seeing this, Zhong Meng could only smile and say, it's okay. The fortune teller said that I can live for more than 100 years. It's okay even if I lose 3 years of lifespan. At this moment, Sun Qiao came back to her senses. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, she quickly waved her hand and said, it's okay. Even if we lose this competition, we'll just join the Tiangongmen. It's not a big deal. But if Prince Zhong uses this secret technique and loses 3 years of lifespan, I'll feel bad about it. It's better not to mention this again. Seeing that the mother and daughter had rejected his good intentions, Zhong Meng was helpless and could only say, actually, it's not as serious as you think. Although I lost 3 years of lifespan when I used the technique. But in the future, I'll slowly make up for it. I'll be able to make up for it. So, please don't worry. Hearing this, Leng Yelio was overjoyed. She quickly asked, then how can I make up for the 3 years of lifespan that I lost? Seeing that Leng Yelio was determined to clarify this matter, Zhong Meng's mind raced. He suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, as long as you eat some supplements, you'll naturally be able to make up for the lost income. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao secretly nodded her head. In this world, there were many precious elixirs that could cure hundreds of diseases and extend one's lifespan. The person in front of her said that eating supplements could make up for the lost lifespan. It should be credible. Since there was a way to make up for it, Sun Qiao's heart relaxed a little. She said with a smile, Prince Zhong, since there's a way to make up for it, how about this? You used the secret technique for us once. We'll Kikyaromen to find elixirs for you to make up for your lost lifespan. What do you think? After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Zhong Meng hurriedly nodded his head, okay, no problem. This way, it'll be the best of both worlds. I won't lose my lifespan and you can win this competition. Chapter 339. When Leng Yelio heard that Zhong Meng would have to consume 3 years of his lifespan to use this skill, she dismissed the thought after thinking about the side effects of using this skill. Sun Qiao, on the other hand, was still skeptical of Zhong Meng's words. She had never heard of such a magical skill. Although Sun Qiao wanted Zhong Meng to try and see the effects of this skill, she couldn't bring herself to say it because the side effects of this skill were too strong. However, For Sun Qiao to place all her hopes on this skill, Sun Qiao still couldn't feel at ease. Sun Qiao turned to look at Zhongmeng and said with a smile, "If Prince Zhong were to use this skill once, how many spiritual herbs would you need to replenish your lost lifespan?" As she said this, Sun Qiao was also thinking about where to find some spiritual herbs to let Prince Zhong try at once so that she wouldn't have to worry. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Zhongmeng immediately understood her thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said. He pondered for a while and said slowly, "According to the dosage, about 1,000-year-old ginseng would be enough." 1,000-year-old ginseng? Sun Qiao exclaimed when she heard Zhongmeng's words. "Prince Zhong, do you need 1,000-year-old ginseng to use this skill once?" Zhongmeng nodded. "Something like that. 1,000-year-old ginseng should be enough to replenish my lifespan." After listening to Zhongmeng's affirmative answer, Sun Qiao couldn't help but frown deeply. The value of 1,000-year-old ginseng was definitely immeasurable. Moreover, it wasn't easy to find 1,000-year-old ginseng. A rare spiritual herb like this was a treasure that could only be found by chance. Every 1,000-year-old ginseng that appeared would cause many people to fight for it. After so many years, although Clipchamp had accumulated a lot of wealth, it still wasn't enough compared to the value of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao's expression couldn't help but change. A moment later, she calmed down and sighed. If we need to consume 1,000-year-old ginseng every time we use a skill, then it seems that we really can't afford it. When Zhongmeng heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. As long as sect leader Sun agrees to my request, you don't have to worry about the 1,000-year-old ginseng. I'll settle it myself." At this point, Zhongmeng paused before continuing, "Sect Master Sun, I know you may not believe in this skill of mine, but I can use it once in advance to let you see it before making a decision. What do you think?" When Sun Qiao heard this, she was shocked. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Prince Zhong, let's just forget about it. Using this skill consumes so much energy every time. It's too wasteful. I think we should just forget about it." Although Sun Qiao said that this matter was over, Zhongmeng could clearly see the anticipation in her eyes. He couldn't blame Sun Qiao for being suspicious. No matter who it was, they would be suspicious. Needless to say, Sun Qiao had never heard of such a magical skill. Even Zhongmeng had never heard of it. This skill was just something that Zhongmeng casually said. His purpose was naturally to let Sun Qiao know that Zhongmeng would pay a huge price to help them. As long as Sun Qiao was grateful to Zhongmeng, she would definitely listen to him and go to Twin Bull Mountain with him. And this was Zhongmeng's ultimate goal. Seeing that Sun Qiao didn't believe him, Zhongmeng could only smile and say, "Sect Master Sun, you don't have to worry about me. I've been practicing this skill for many years. Now, I can already master the technique of using it. If it's just a simple use, it won't consume much of my lifespan. It'll only consume a few months of my lifespan. When the time comes, I just need to eat some simple elixirs and it will naturally be replenished. So, Sect Master Sun, don't worry. I'll be fine." After hearing Zhongmeng's words, Sun Qiao was immediately overjoyed. She quickly asked, "Prince Zhong, if you want to test it, how do you want to test it?" Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Zhongmeng shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't know how you and the Tiangongmen compete. You just have to test it according to the competition method at that time." Speaking up to this point, Zhongmeng's tone paused for a moment before he continued. "Just like what you said just now, if you're competing with the Heavens Craftsman sect in terms of defense power, can't we just test the defense power of your equipment?" As a manufacturer of equipment, Clipchamp naturally had a complete set of equipment to test defense. After hearing Zhongmeng's words, Sun Qiao immediately stood up and said to Zhongmeng, "Okay, then let's go test it now." Hearing this, Zhongmeng also stood up and said indifferently, "Okay, then let's go test it now." Seeing this, Sun Qiao immediately walked towards the door impatiently. After exiting the door, Sun Qiao called for another disciple and asked him to go and prepare. Then, she turned her head and said to Zhongmeng, "Prince Zhong, let's go." The three of them exited the guest hall and walked towards the south of the courtyard. There was a separate courtyard in the south of the courtyard. This was the place where equipment was made. Pushing open the door of this small courtyard, there was a 2-story building in front of them. Sun Qiao led Zhong Meng and Leng Yelio to the door of this 2-story building. After opening the door, she led Zhong Meng and Leng Yelio in. The 3 of them came to a room at the end of the corridor. Sun Qiao then turned her head to look at Zhong Meng and explained, "Prince Zhong, this is the place where we test our equipment." As she spoke, Sun Qiao had already pushed open the door and walked in. Zhong Meng walked into the room and saw more than 10 weapons hanging on the wall opposite the door. In the middle of the room, there was a slightly larger wooden platform. At this moment, the disciple that Sun Qiao instructed earlier walked in with a piece of leather armor. Sun Qiao instructed the disciple to place the leather armor on the wooden platform and asked him to leave. Then, she turned her head to look at Zhong Meng and said, "It's actually very simple to test the defense of our equipment." As she spoke, Sun Qiao pointed at the weapons on the wall and explained. The weapons on the wall are all hung in order. The leftmost saber is made of ordinary iron. If the leather armor can withstand the saber's slash, it will pass the most basic test. Speaking of this, Sun Qiao pointed to the rest of the weapons and said, "The rest of the weapons, from left to right, are all arranged according to the quality of the materials. The one on the far right is the best weapon." Speaking of this, Sun Qiao paused for a moment before continuing. "Actually, according to the defense of the leather armor, as long as it can withstand the slash of the second sword, it will be considered a qualified leather armor." Chapter 340. Leng Yelio pointed at the weapons on the wall and continued to explain, "Even if it's a good leather armor, it can only withstand the 3rd weapon's attack. If it can withstand the 4th weapon's attack, then it can be considered the best leather armor." Speaking up to this point, Sun Qiao pointed at the leather armor on the wooden platform and said with a smile, "This leather armor is actually a failed leather armor. It doesn't have any defensive power, and it can't even withstand the first blade." Sun Qiao turned her head to look at Zhong Meng and asked solemnly, "Prince Zhong, if you use your skill on this leather armor, how high would its defensive power be? How many blades would it be able to withstand?" Zhong Meng looked at the leather armor on the wooden platform. This leather armor was indeed, as Sun Qiao said, a failed leather armor. On the leather armor, there were a few holes left. It was probably a failed product. Zhong Meng casually glanced at the leather armor, then turned his head to look at Sun Qiao and asked with a smile, "Sect leader Sun, I've already said that this skill of mine can be adjusted. If I want to use it to its full potential, it will take 3 years of my life. If it's the simplest skill, it might only take a few days of my life." Speaking up to this point, Zhong Meng looked at the weapons on the wall and said with a smile, "There are a total of 10 weapons on the wall. How about this? I'll use half of my power to make this leather armor withstand the 6th blade's attack. Sect leader Sun, what do you think?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao was shocked and quickly asked, "Really? Can you really make this leather armor withstand the 6th blade's attack?" Zhong Meng casually nodded, "No problem." Sun Qiao took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She gently nodded, then, "Prince Zhong, please use your skill." After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Zhong Meng immediately raised his hands and waved them in front of his eyes. At the same time, he muttered something. After a while, he pointed at the leather armor. "Okay, sect leader Sun, you can test it now." Sun Qiao widened her eyes and looked at Zhong Meng. She asked in confusion, "Prince Zhong, is this enough?" After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Zhong Meng asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong?" Sun Qiao wiped the cold sweat on her forehead and said softly, "Such a magical skill, shouldn't there be some kind of phenomenon? For example, a bright golden light or something?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng shook his head with a wry smile, "Sect leader Sun, there's no need for those fake things. Hurry up and test it. If the time passes, I'm afraid my skill will be wasted." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao was shocked. She hurriedly asked someone to take the 6th blade from the wall. When the disciple was about to use this blade to cut the leather armor, he was stopped by Sun Qiao. "Give me the blade, I'll do the test myself." Taking the blade from the disciple, Sun Qiao walked to the front of the leather armor and turned to look at Zhong Meng. "Is this really okay?" Zhong Meng nodded and said confidently, "No problem, sect leader Sun, please do your test." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao raised the long blade, widened her eyes, and slashed at the leather armor. The saber slashed down and hit the leather armor on the stage. Sun Quan believed that with the sharpness of the sixth blade, it wouldn't be difficult to cut the leather armor in half. After so many years, Sun Qiao had only used the fourth saber from the left. She had never touched any of the other sabers that were hung on the wall. Because of the defense of leather armor, unless it was made of super strong materials, it was considered a good leather armor if it could withstand the attack of the fourth blade. Currently, Sun Qiao was holding the sixth saber. According to the order on the wall, each saber was equivalent to a level 6 weapon. If the leather armor could withstand this attack, it meant that the defense of the leather armor had reached level 6. It could be said that Sun Qiao had never seen a leather armor with level 6 defense. Leng Yelio was so nervous that he held his breath. He stared at the leather armor on the stage and didn't even dare to blink. The blade in Sun Qiao's hand hit the leather armor. The expected scene of the sword being cut in half didn't occur. Instead, the sword was blocked by the leather armor, and the sword couldn't go any further. Sun Qiao's eyes were wide open as she stared blankly at the scene. After a moment, she kept her blade, raised it high and slashed down again. This time, Sun Qiao raised her hand higher and used more strength. She almost used up all the strength in her body. Unfortunately, the long saber in her hand once again slashed at the leather armor. Just like before, it was blocked by the failed leather armor. Seeing that the leather armor blocked the second attack, Leng Yelio couldn't hold it in anymore. He went forward and held Sun Qiao's hand and shouted, "Mother, it's really good. This leather armor really blocked the sixth blade. We succeeded." After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Sun Qiao slowly kept her blade and passed it to the disciple who was waiting at the side. She then turned to look at Zhong Meng with a face full of disbelief. "Prince Zhong, you really did it. How did you do it?" Zhong Meng heard and laughed in his heart. The truth was definitely not to be told to them. "Sect leader Sun, how was my skill? It didn't disappoint you, right?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao nodded and said with some emotion, "I didn't expect Prince Zhong to have such a powerful skill. I really didn't expect it." Zhong Meng heard and waved his hand. "Actually, this skill isn't very useful. It can only be maintained for a short period of time. After a long time, the effect on the leather armor will disappear and it will return to its original state." "I see." Sun Qiao shook her head in disappointment. "What a pity. It would be great if this effect could be maintained for a long time." After hearing Sun Qiao's sigh, Zhong Meng hurriedly waved his hand. "That's not important. Although the effect on the leather armor only lasted for a short period of time, I think that during this period of time, we should be able to win the competition. Sect leader Sun, don't you think this makes sense?" After hearing this, Sun Qiao nodded and said with a sigh, "If this effect can be maintained for a long time, then," before Sun Qiao could finish her words, Leng Yelio interrupted her from the side. "Mother, didn't you tell me that people shouldn't be greedy? As long as we can win this competition, it's better than anything else." After hearing this, Sun Qiao turned her head and stroked Leng Yelio's hair. She smiled and said, "This child is starting to teach his mother a lesson." After saying this, Sun Qiao paused for a moment before continuing. "That's right. As long as we can win this competition, that's enough." Chapter 341. After testing the defensive capabilities of the leather armor, the three of them returned to the living room. After Sun Qiao asked for tea to be served, she turned her head to look at Zhong Meng and asked with a smile, "Prince Zhong, we've really troubled you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have kept this competition a secret from you. We would have definitely lost." Zhong Meng heard this and shook his head. "It's all right, it's nothing. Moreover, I'll have to rely on sect leader Sun in the future." At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. "I hope sect leader Sun won't tell anyone about the fact that I can buff the leather armor. If the other party is on guard, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to us." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao nodded. "Of course, only the three of us know about this. There won't be a fourth person who knows." At this point, Sun Qiao pondered for a moment before continuing to ask, "Oh right, I heard Prince Zhong say that you want us to go to Mount Shuangnu with you. Zhongmeng heard this and nodded. That's indeed the case. I originally wanted to ask sect leader Sun to send someone to make the black feather cloak for me. Now that I see Kikyaromen here, it's indeed inappropriate. Even if you win this competition, it's hard to guarantee that Tianwu won't cause trouble for you in the future. Since that's the case, why don't you just move to my Mount Shuangnu? Firstly, you can make equipment for me. Secondly, as long as you go to Mount Shuangnu, I can guarantee that the Tiangongmen won't dare to cause trouble for you. After hearing Zhongmeng's words, Sun Qiao asked doubtfully, Prince Zhong, the Tiangongmen are very strong. Not only are their crafting skills outstanding, but they are also very skilled in martial arts. Furthermore, they have the numbers advantage. Aren't you afraid that we'll be in danger if we go to Mount Shuangnu? After listening to Sun Qiao's words, Zhongmeng shook his head. Sect leader Sun, don't worry. As long as I dare to let you go, I won't be afraid of anyone finding trouble with me. When Sun Qiao heard this, she probed, Prince Zhong, what if the Tiangongmen really don't let us off and go to Mount Shuangnu to cause trouble for us? Do you really have a way to deal with them? After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Zhongmeng sneered, if the Tiangongmen want to go, then stay here obediently. If they don't know what's good for them, then I don't mind playing with them. Seeing that Zhongmeng said it so easily, Sun Qiao was a little relieved. She wanted to ask about this matter clearly, but she also knew that every sect had its own secrets. If she asked again, she would be suspected of prying into other people's secrets. Doing so would not be good. Thinking up to this point, Sun Qiao asked again, Prince Zhong, if we really go to Mount Twin Bulls, what kind of equipment do you have for us to craft? Speaking up to this point, Sun Qiao paused for a moment before continuing. Prince Zhong, you also know that although there aren't many people in Kikyaromen, if we don't have equipment to craft, it will be difficult for us to sustain ourselves. Although Sun Qiao did not say it clearly, Zhongmeng already understood. Sect leader Sun, you don't have to worry about this. If you go to Mount Twin Bulls, I think you can split into two groups. One group will craft high-grade equipment, and the other group will find some ordinary people to craft ordinary equipment. Speaking up to this point, Zhongmeng pondered for a moment before continuing, to be honest, I want to build an auction house in Mount Twin Bulls. When the time comes, the equipment that you craft, I mean the high-grade equipment, will be auctioned off in the auction house. When the time comes, I can guarantee that Kikyaromen's expenses will not be a problem. Auction house. After hearing Zhongmeng's words, Sun Qiao exclaimed, Prince Zhong, don't tell me you want to open an auction house? Zhongmeng nodded. Indeed. My plan is to gradually build Mount Twin Bulls into the largest auction house. Everyone who wants to buy high-grade equipment will come here to buy equipment. Speaking up to this point, Zhongmeng smiled and continued, in order to build this auction house, I have already gone to the southern county branch of the Tianji sect and asked branch leader Sun's third disciple, Zhong Laji, to be my permanent consultant. In the future, he will supervise the construction of this auction house. Zhong Laji. Hearing this, Sun Qiao was shocked again. The southern county branch of the Tianji sect was very famous in the southern county. Branch leader Sun Xinjing's 8 disciples, other than the 6 to 8 disciples who had just joined, were all people with superb skills. It was already very good to be able to invite one person, but Prince Zhong actually asked the Tianji sect's third disciple to be his permanent consultant. This was really too unbelievable. Sun Qiao composed herself and asked tentatively, could it be that Zhong Laji is really willing to go to Mount Twin Bulls with you? Zhongmeng nodded. He has already agreed. Now, he is rushing to Mount Twin Bulls with the 4 Tianjingangs that Sun Xinjing gave me. Tianjingangs? Sun Qiao exclaimed again, could it be that branch leader Sun gave you the Tianjingangs? Then, before Zhongmeng could answer, Sun Qiao muttered to herself, that's impossible. The 8 Tianjingangs of the Tianji sect's southern county branch are the treasures of the sect. Even Sun Xinjing doesn't have the authority to give them away. Zhongmeng nodded when he heard this. Sect leader Sun is right. These 4 Tianjingangs were indeed not given to me by Old Man Sunday. They were lent to me. Sun Qiao sighed when she heard this. The southern county branch of the Tianji sect has countless secrets. For so many years, no one dared to have any ideas about the southern county branch. This is all because the Southern County branch has 8 aging gangs guarding it, so no one dared to have any ideas about these secrets. I didn't expect sect leader Sun to be willing to lend you 40 aging gangs. This is really a huge favor. Zhong Meng shook his head. Sect leader Sun, actually, the Tianji sect took advantage of me in this matter. Oh. Sun Qiao suddenly turned her head to look at Zhong Meng and asked in confusion, Prince Zhong, the Southern County branch lent you such an important thing. How did it become taking advantage of you? Zhong Meng stretched out 2 fingers and sighed. Old man Sun used these 40 aging gangs to exchange for 2 of my conditions. Didn't they take advantage of me? Ah. When Sun Qiao heard this, she looked at Zhong Meng in shock. She could not understand why he had only agreed to 2 conditions of the Southern County branch in exchange for 40 aging gangs. How did it become taking advantage of him? Leng Yelio, who was at the side, also shook Sun Qiao's arm and asked in surprise, Mother, I heard that the Tianji sect is very powerful. Almost every county has their branch. Are they very powerful? Sun Qiao nodded when she heard this. Basically, all the important places in Anwu country have mechanisms made by the Tianji sect. It can be said that the Tianji sect is the sect with the highest attainments in mechanism skills in Anwu country. The strength of the Tianji sect is almost the same as the Tiangongmen. The only difference is that the Tiangongmen make the equipment, while the Tianji sect makes the mechanisms. Chapter 342. Looking at Zhong Meng, who was smiling without saying a word, Sun Qiao suddenly hesitated for a moment and asked, Prince Zhong, if you ask us to move to Mount Shuangnu, will we still be Kikyaromen in the future? Sun Qiao did not think about this question at first because she did not think that it would be of any help to her. However, after the test just now, Sun Qiao's heart was filled with confidence for this competition. Since they had a chance to win this competition, they had to face the next problem. The ultimate goal of this competition with the Tiangongmen was to make Kikyaromen surrender and join the Tiangongmen. If that was the case, Kikyaromen's name would naturally disappear from the pugilistic world. In the future, there would be no Kikyaromen's name, only the Tiangongmen's name. The reason why Sun Qiao refused to join the Tiangongmen was naturally because she did not want Kikyaromen's name to disappear from the pugilistic world. However, if Zhong Meng won this competition for them, they would not have to join the Tiangongmen. However, Prince Zhong wanted them to move to Mount Shuangnu, which was Prince Zhong's territory. If they were not allowed to use Kikyaromen's name by then, in Sun Qiao's eyes, even if Prince Zhong won this competition for them, it would be meaningless. This was because Sun Qiao insisted that she did not want Kikyaromen's name to disappear from the pugilistic world. After asking this question, Sun Qiao looked at Zhong Meng nervously. She wanted to hear his thoughts. When he heard Sun Qiao's question, Zhong Meng smiled and waved his hand. Chief Sun, you've misunderstood. Even if I let you join Mount Shuangnu, the name Kikyaromen will not disappear. At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. What I'm thinking is that Mount Shuangnu will become bigger and bigger in the future. When that time comes, Kikyaromen won't be the only sect in Mount Shuangnu. There will be many other sects developing in Mount Shuangnu. It's like everyone moving to a city. Just staying in the city won't change anything. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao frowned and asked in confusion, Prince Zhong, what's the point of doing this? Zhong Meng smiled and said, actually, if you all move to Mount Shuangnu right now, it will definitely be the wisest choice. This is because Mount Shuangnu is still in its development stage. Those who move there first will naturally have a certain advantage. As for me, turning Mount Shuangnu into the biggest auction house is what I want to do the most. Zhong Meng said this, but he did not actually say what he really wanted to say. His true meaning was to find a way out for the people of Mount Shuangnu. He would never allow his brothers and sisters of Mount Shuangnu to bare their teeth and brandish their weapons to rob others. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Sun Qiao was overjoyed when she heard Zhong Meng's answer. If Prince Zhong was telling the truth, then it would definitely be an opportunity for Kikyaromen. Looking at the backs of Leng Yelio and Zhong Meng leaving, Sun Qiao was very happy. She did not expect that the competition that had made her feel despair would be so miraculously resolved. At this moment, Han Guyun, who had just left the hall, suddenly walked in from the main door. Master, You haven't rested yet? Sun Qiao nodded and pointed to the chair next to her. She smiled and said, sit down and talk. What's the matter? After Han Guyun sat down, she asked softly, Master, are you still upset about the competition? Sun Qiao shook her head when she heard this. It's fine. Sun Qiao turned to look at Han Guyun and said, by the way, do you still have that wild bear skin? Han Guyun nodded. Yes, it's still in the warehouse. Master, do you want to use it? Sun Qiao nodded. Take out the wild bear skin tomorrow. We'll use it to make equipment for the competition. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Muyun frowned. Master, even if we have the wild bear skin, it's useless. Sun Qiao waved her hand. You don't have to worry about this. I know what to do. By the way, how much wild silk do we have in the warehouse? I want to use wild silk to connect the seams of this wild bear skin. When Han Guyun heard this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. Master, we don't have much wild silk to begin with, but during this period of time, we can't buy wild silk. I don't know what's going on. After hearing Han Guyun's words, Sun Qiao couldn't help but frown. Have you checked all the shops in the South County City? Han Guyun nodded. This disciple has been going to the shop for the past few days, but I haven't been able to find wild silk. At this point, Han Guyun also frowned. Master, I've always felt that it was very strange. Today, I asked and found out that the wild silk in their inventory had been bought out as early as 10 days ago. After saying this, Han Guyun turned her head to look at Sun Qiao and asked tentatively, Master, who would buy these natural silkworms? Could they be from the Heaven's Craftsman faction? After hearing Han Guyun's words, Sun Qiao pondered for a moment before nodding. It's very likely that the Tiangongmen bought all the materials we needed in advance in order to win this competition. At this point, Sun Qiao sighed and continued, Today, Lil Liu went to buy a diamond monster's skin. Li Jin from the west of the city hunted a diamond monster, but the people from the Heaven's Craftsman faction bought it first. I think they were afraid that we would win this competition and wanted to be foolproof, so they bought all the materials we needed in advance. When Han Guyun heard this, her expression suddenly changed and she hurriedly asked, Master, if these things were really done by the Tiangongmen, then what should we do? Sun Qiao sneered. What else can we do? The Tiangongmen are very powerful. Even if we want to compete with them, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. At this point, Sun Qiao's tone paused before she continued. Xiao Yun, in the next period of time, you will still lead people to look for these materials. Remember, even if the Tiangongmen bought all these materials, you should not have a conflict with them. Just go to the shop every day to inquire about the news. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Guyun was a little anxious. Master, if this is the case, and the Tiangongmen bought all the materials, then what should we do? Are we going to admit defeat just like that? After hearing Han Guyun's words, Sun Qiao waved her hand and sneered. Xiao Yun, you don't have to worry about this matter. I have my own plans. You just need to go to the city every day to buy the materials. As for whether you can buy them or not, don't force it. Chapter 343. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Guyun became even more anxious. Master, if we don't have good materials, won't we lose without a doubt? Sun Qiao turned to look at Han Guyun and said with a smile, the Tiangongmen won't leave good materials for us. Even if we want to force them, I'm afraid we won't get any good materials. Since that's the case, we might as well not compete with them for those materials. Let them fight for them. Han Guyun hurriedly asked, Master, since that's the case, do we still need to go to the shops in the city? Sun Qiao smiled. Of course we have to go. At least we have to put on a show to make the Tiangongmen happy. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Guyun's eyes suddenly lit up. She asked in surprise, Master, are you sure you can win this competition? Sun Qiao smiled and waved her hand. Xiao Yun, don't worry about this. I know what I'm doing. Seeing the joy on Sun Qiao's face, Han Guyun, who had been upset, seemed to calm down a lot. Suddenly, Han Guyun raised her head and said in a low voice, Master, disciple has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Sun Qiao glanced at Han Guyun and asked curiously, Why are you so nervous? What's the matter? Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Han Guyun gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, Master, disciple has noticed that there's something wrong with second junior sister these days. Sun Qiao heard this and asked doubtfully, Is there something wrong with Xiao Yu? Han Guyun nodded. During this time, disciple found out that second junior sister has been in contact with the Qianggongmen. After hearing Han Guyun's words, Sun Qiao's face suddenly changed. She asked, Is this true? Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Han Guyun hurriedly nodded. Master, this is absolutely true. Sun Qiao frowned and asked, How do you know? Han Guyun replied softly, Master, just 3 days ago, disciple saw second junior sister talking with a Qianggongmen disciple in a small alley in the west of the city. When Sun Qiao heard this, she quickly asked, Are you sure? Is that really Xiao Yu? Hearing this, Han Guyun hurriedly shook her head. Master, this disciple is absolutely not mistaken. That person is indeed second junior sister. After hearing Han Guyun's words, Sun Qiao secretly sighed in her heart. Although his eldest disciple, Han Guyun, was a woman, she had a straightforward temperament. She never hid anything in her heart. She would say whatever she wanted to say. She could be regarded as outspoken. The second disciple, An Hongyu, had a completely different temperament from Han Guyun. An Hongyu was introverted and didn't like to talk much, but most people like her had their own ideas. Seeing that her master didn't say anything, Han Guyun asked tentatively, Master, do you think second junior sister will? Before Han Guyun could finish her words, Sun Qiao waved her hand and interrupted her. All right, that's enough. Go and rest. Hearing this, Han Guyun could only stand up. After bowing to her master, she walked out of the door. Just as she reached the door, she heard her master's voice again from behind her. Xiao Yun, everything I just said, including Xiao Yu's matter, don't tell anyone. Remember? Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Guyun hurriedly turned around and responded, then left the living room. As soon as Han Guyun left the living room, Sun Qiao's face showed a trace of pain. Anyone who knew that their disciple wanted to betray them would definitely feel bad in their heart. Leng Yelio left the living room with Zhong Meng and went straight to the guest room in the side courtyard. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a room specially prepared for guests. As soon as the two entered the room, Leng Yelio hurriedly closed the door and turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked, Zhong Dage, who taught you that skill? Looking at the curious Leng Yelio, Zhong Meng pretended to be mysterious. Of course it was passed down from my ancestors. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio rubbed her hands together and carefully asked, Zhong Dage, can you leave it to me? At this point, Leng Yelio didn't wait for Zhong Meng's reply. An inexplicable glint appeared in his eyes. If I can learn this skill, I'll be too powerful. At that time, I'll definitely use this skill to help my mother deal with the hateful Heavens Craftsman faction. After saying this, Leng Yelio lowered her head and looked at Zhong Meng, saying excitedly, Zhong Dage, if you do that, my mother will definitely be very happy, right? Leng Yelio's pretty little face was already flushed red from excitement. Seeing this, Zhong Meng sighed, I don't know if your mother is happy or not, but you will definitely be unhappy. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio's eyes suddenly widened and she asked in confusion, Why? Why would I be unhappy? Hearing this, Zhong Meng first found a chair and sat down, then said indifferently, Think about it, every time you use it, you will consume 3 years of your lifespan. If you use it carelessly, then very soon, your hair will be white, your face will be full of wrinkles, and you will become an old woman. At that time, will you be happy? Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio subconsciously covered her face and asked in a deep voice, Really, really? Will I really have a head full of white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and become an old woman? Seeing Leng Yelio's nervous expression, Zhong Meng laughed in his heart, but said with a serious expression, I've already said that every time you use it, you will consume 3 years of your lifespan. If you use it too many times, you will definitely become an old woman. Is there a problem with that? Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio hurriedly took a few steps back and distanced herself from Zhong Meng, as if being close to Zhong Meng would also make her become an old woman. Seeing Leng Yelio's pale face due to nervousness, Zhong Meng asked again, How is it? Do you still want to learn? Hearing this, Leng Yelio widened her eyes and stared at Zhong Meng. After a long while, she suddenly nodded again and asked tentatively, If I use it less often, will I not become like that? Hearing Leng Yelio's trembling voice, Zhong Meng said calmly, That's true. Let me calculate. You're 18 years old this year, so how many times can you use it? After using it once, you'll become 21 years old. After using it twice, you'll become 24 years old. Using it. Stop talking. Before Zhong Meng could finish, he was interrupted by Leng Yelio. Zhong Dage, I beg you, stop talking. I'm scared. Hearing this, Zhong Meng couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Since you know, do you still want to learn? Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Leng Yelio couldn't help but frown. The expression on her face began to change. Gradually, tears appeared in her eyes and this layer of mist became thicker and thicker. In the end, it condensed into tears and fell from her eyes. Chapter 344. Seeing Leng Yelio's pitiful appearance, Zhong Meng could not bear it and quickly said, Don't worry. If you don't want to learn it, then don't. What's there to be sad about? Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio wiped her tears and said angrily, I won't learn it. Why wouldn't I learn it? I must learn it. I must learn this skill and defeat the hateful Tiangongmen for my mother. Zhong Meng asked curiously as he looked at Leng Yelio, whose face was full of tears but whose eyes were filled with determination. Hey, are you stupid? Aren't you afraid of becoming an old woman? Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio's tears flowed even more. She shook her head vigorously and said loudly, I'm afraid. I want to learn it too. My mother raised me and sacrificed so much. Now that I've grown up, I want to help her. Zhong Meng asked tentatively, Even if you become an old woman, it's okay? Leng Yelio nodded vigorously, Yes, as long as I can help my mother, I'm willing to become an old woman. Zhong Meng asked again, You won't regret it? Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Leng Yelio couldn't hold it in anymore. She covered her face with both hands and burst into tears. Leng Yelio shook her head vigorously as she cried. She choked and said, I don't regret it. I really don't regret it. I won't regret it. Sob sob. Looking at Leng Yelio who was crying so hard, Zhong Meng stood up and walked to her side. He patted her shoulder and said with a smile, Miss Leng, you don't have to worry about this. What you think won't happen. As soon as Zhong Meng finished speaking, Leng Yelio's crying stopped abruptly. She looked up at Zhong Meng and asked in surprise, Zhong Dage, are you saying that even if I use this skill, I won't become an old woman? Zhong Meng shook his head. As long as I don't teach you, you won't become an old woman. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio was stunned for a moment before he angrily said, Why can't you teach me? Zhong Meng sighed, Miss Leng, have you forgotten what I just said? This is our family's ancestral skill. At this point, Zhong Meng turned to look at Leng Yelio and asked, Hey, do you know what an ancestral skill is? Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Leng Yelio shook his head. Closely after that, he nodded, I see. My family also has a unique skill passed down from our ancestors. I heard from my mom that she would impart her unique skill to me. When Zhong Meng heard this, he nodded and asked with a smile, Miss Leng, in that case, will your mother pass on your family's unique skill to outsiders? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio was stunned again and muttered to herself, although most of the unique skills can be passed on to eldest senior sister and second senior sister, my mother also said that there is a unique skill that can only be passed on to me and not to outsiders. After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile, Do you understand now? Hearing this, Leng Yelio shook her head and looked at Zhong Meng in confusion. I don't understand. Seeing this, Zhong Meng sighed, Why don't you understand? An ancestral skill can only be passed down to one's own family. Outsiders definitely can't learn it. Otherwise, why would it be called an ancestral skill? At this point, Zhong Meng patted Leng Yelio's shoulder and asked with a smile, Do you understand now? Leng Yelio nodded, I understand. Seeing that Leng Yelio understood, Zhong Meng heaved a sigh of relief and clapped his hands. Since you understand, you naturally understand why you can't become an old woman. Leng Yelio nodded and said hesitantly, But I want to learn. Hearing this, Zhong Meng flatly refused. An ancestral skill can only be passed down to one's own family. It can't be passed down to outsiders. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio frowned and stood there in a pitiful daze for a long time. Then, she suddenly raised her hand and grabbed Zhong Meng's arm, shook it coquettishly, and said in a coquettish voice, "But, I really want to learn. I beg you, Zhong Dage, teach me this decision." After saying this, Leng Yelio saw that Zhong Meng didn't say anything. She grabbed Zhong Meng's arm again and shook it a few times, and said pitifully, "Zhong Dage, at most, I'll repay you in the future. What do you think?" After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and asked, "Miss Leng, how are you going to repay me in the future?" Hearing this, Leng Yelio frowned and blinked her big eyes, then said, How about this? I'll make a good equipment for you in the future. What do you think?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng shook his head in disappointment. "No, my family's ancestral skill is so powerful. If I only exchange it for a piece of equipment, wouldn't I lose out?" "No, definitely not." Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio frowned again and thought for a while before saying again, "If that's the case, 2 pieces of equipment. What do you think?" "I beg you, Zhong Dage, just give it to me." Hearing this, Zhong Meng was even more disappointed. According to this progress, Leng Yelio might say something like 10 pieces of equipment in the end. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Miss Leng, let's not talk about the equipment. I'm not bragging, but I can get as many pieces of equipment as I want. You don't have to exchange with me." Saying this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Leng Yelio and blinked, "If you want to learn, you'd better find another way to repay me. Do you understand?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio's frown deepened. It was almost like a fried dough twist. "Zhong Dage, but I really can't think of any other way. Other than the equipment, what else can I repay you with?" Saying this, Leng Yelio's eyes suddenly lit up. She smiled and said, "Zhong Dage, do you want me to use spiritual herbs to exchange with you?" The moment Leng Yelio's eyes lit up, Zhong Meng really thought that she was enlightened. He didn't expect her to still be so insensible. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng felt a little bored. He clapped his hands and shook off Leng Yelio's hand. "Miss Leng, since you're not sincere with me, let's not talk about this." As he spoke, Zhong Meng had already turned around and said with a smile, "Aya, the weather today is so good." Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio looked at the dark night sky outside the window with some confusion. She didn't understand how he could tell that the weather outside was good. Zhong Meng returned to his seat and looked at Leng Yelio, who was standing there motionlessly. He asked curiously, "Miss Leng, don't you need to sleep?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Leng Yelio reacted and rolled her eyes at Zhong Meng. "You don't need to sleep?" Zhong Meng asked curiously, "Since you also need to sleep, why don't you go back and sleep? Why are you still standing there without moving?" Chapter 345. Leng Yelio quickly walked in front of Zhong Meng and whispered, "Zhong Dage, please give this skill to me. I'm begging you." Zhong Meng shook his head when he heard this. "Miss Leng, I've already said that this is my ancestral skill. It's impossible for me to pass it on to outsiders." Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio was stunned. Then, she grabbed Zhong Meng's arm and shook it vigorously. She muttered, "Zhong Dage, then tell me, how can you pass it on to me?" Zhong Meng thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. He turned to look at Leng Yelio and said seriously, "The rules of the family cannot be changed. If you want to learn, you can't be an outsider." At this point, Zhong Meng looked at Leng Yelio and blinked. "Do you understand?" Leng Yelio shook her head and said doubtfully, "I don't understand." When Zhong Meng heard this, he was speechless. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "You're an outsider now. Do you understand?" Leng Yelio nodded and said dejectedly, "I know." After hearing Leng Yelio's answer, Zhong Meng suddenly clapped his hands. "That's it. You just have to think of a way to become not an outsider. Isn't that enough?" Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio blinked in confusion and asked tentatively, "Can an outsider become not an outsider?" After hearing Leng Yelio's question, Zhong Meng secretly smiled and said seriously, "That's right. As long as you become a member of our family, you'll be one of us. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio suddenly came to a realization. She clapped her hands and said happily, I understand. As long as you become my big brother, we'll be family, right? Looking at the inexplicably excited Leng Yelio, Zhong Meng secretly sighed and said slowly, Miss Leng, this is not the only way to become one of us. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio frowned and asked doubtfully, Is there any other way? Zhong Meng blushed when he heard that. He stammered, Well, that's all for today. Go back and think about how you can become one of us. Let's talk about this in detail tomorrow. Hearing that, Leng Yelio pouted, No, I want to learn it today. Seeing that Leng Yelio was about to act coquettishly, Zhong Meng was helpless and could only push her out of the room. Back in his room, Zhong Meng sat in front of the table. He had been busy for the past few days. He had to think about his plan for the auction house, so he didn't have the time. Taking advantage of this time, Zhong Meng prepared to think about his auction house plan. In the past, Zhong Meng's plan was to build an auction house. Then, he would put the good things he hunted in the auction house to be auctioned. But now, it seemed that he hadn't thought it through. There were still many details that he hadn't thought through clearly. For example, an auction house couldn't only auction top-quality items. There had to be some matching items. If his auction house only auctioned items at sky-high prices and only auctioned 1 or 2 items at each auction, it would be too dangerous. Therefore, there had to be some mid to high quality items. Even mid to high quality items weren't easy to obtain. Take the black feather cloak for example. Even if Meng Jing found the feather of the Eagle of Nightmares, he still wouldn't be able to get the black feather cloak if no one made it for him. However, as long as Kikyaromen was willing to move over, these things would be much simpler. Zhong Meng only needed to bring the feather of the Eagle of Nightmares back. Kikyaromen's people would naturally make the black feather cloak from the Eagle of Nightmares. Then, the finished black feather cloak could be auctioned in the auction house. If there weren't people from Kikyaromen, then Zhong Meng would be responsible for sending the feather of the Eagle of Nightmares to a certain place and asking someone to make it for him. This kind of thing sounded simple, but it was actually very troublesome to implement. First of all, even if you sent the black feather cloak, the other person might not have the time to make it for you. Also, there was the problem of sending it. If the item sent was very precious, then the safety of the people on the road would be a big problem. If there were too many things, Zhong Meng wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Therefore, sometimes, when it came to things like rhyming, Zhong Meng didn't need to appear. If Zhong Meng didn't appear, then the safety would definitely be a lot weaker. If the item was lost, then wouldn't it be a waste of effort? If other people were to send the materials over, then they would have to wait there and wait for the equipment to be made before sending it over, then it was very likely that the equipment would be lost. Therefore, no matter how good the items outside were, it wouldn't be as convenient as making them in Twin Bull Mountain. In terms of the construction of the auction house, as long as Zhong Leji was there, Zhong Meng believed that his auction house would definitely be made into an impenetrable fortress. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break in if they wanted to. Most importantly, there was a trap master watching from the side. Even if they found something wrong, they could immediately fix it and upgrade the unsafe traps. In terms of making equipment, if Kikyaromen agreed to return to Twin Bull Mountain with him, then when it came to making leather armor, he would have a guarantee and wouldn't have any worries. However, Kikyaromen alone definitely wouldn't be able to support an auction house because they only knew how to make leather armor and not other equipment. If he wanted the auction house to have enough craftsmen, then he needed more people to come to Twin Bull Mountain. For example, the Tiangong men who were going to compete with Kikyaromen were definitely a good choice. Of course, Zhong Meng had never thought of asking the Heavens Craftsman faction to move to Mount Twin Oxen. That was unrealistic. He could only find 1 or 2 equipment crafting experts to move to Mount Twin Oxen. There were also alchemy and swordsmithing experts. In short, the more people there were, the more convenient it would be for Zhong Meng. There shouldn't be any problems with Kikyaromen now. With Sun Qiao's personality, Zhong Meng believed that as long as he helped her win the competition, it shouldn't be a problem for her to move to Twin Bull Mountain. After all, Sun Qiao had already promised Zhong Meng that as long as she won the competition, she would be able to move to Twin Bull Mountain with Zhong Meng. Since Kikyaromen was fine, then it was the Changongmen's problem. However, he wasn't familiar with the Changongmen, so how would he know? Who knew how powerful their equipment was? If he wanted to find an expert craftsman, then he had to find a real expert. This was because the materials that Zhong Meng prepared were definitely the most precious materials in the world. If ordinary people were to make them, it would be a waste. This was also the result that Zhong Meng didn't want to see. Everything was limited, especially some things that were unique. It would be a pity if someone failed to make them. Chapter 346. Zhong Meng was not familiar with the Changongmen, so he naturally had no way of knowing whose skills were superb. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng planned to ask Sun Qiao tomorrow to see if it was possible to bring the Changongmen back. As for whether the Changongmen would take revenge on him if he poached the Changongmen, Zhong Meng had never thought about it. If he was afraid of the Changongmen taking revenge, Zhong Meng would not have done this. The next day, Zhong Meng was woken up by a series of intense knocks on the door before he could get out of bed. Zhong Meng got out of bed and opened the door, only to find that the person knocking on the door was Leng Yelio. The moment Zhong Meng opened the door, Leng Yelio could not wait to enter the room. "Hey, I thought about it all night yesterday, and I finally figured it out." Zhong Meng didn't expect that the girl was still thinking about this matter until now. "What did you think of?" Hearing this, Leng Yelio moved closer to Zhong Meng and whispered, "Do you want me to be your disciple before you teach me this move?" "Ah." Zhong Meng turned to look at Leng Yelio in shock and asked doubtfully, "Is this the answer you came up with after thinking about it all night?" Hearing this, Leng Yelio hurriedly nodded. "Am I right?" After listening to Leng Yelio for a while, Zhong Meng sighed and said seriously, "Child, you're still young. Don't think about these troublesome things. Let's hurry up and eat." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio, who was originally full of joy, suddenly looked dejected again. "Could it be that I guessed wrong again?" Zhong Meng ignored her and pushed the door open to walk out. After thinking for a while, he stepped back and looked at Leng Yelio. Just as he was about to speak, Leng Yelio spoke first with a smile. "You agreed to my request." Zhong Meng smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Agreed to your head. I want to ask you, where are we going to eat?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio's little mouth suddenly pouted. She muttered as she walked outside, "You only know how to eat, don't you know how to teach me?" Zhong Meng pretended not to hear Leng Yelio's complaints. The two of them left the courtyard of the guest room and quickly arrived at the dining room. Before they finished their breakfast, Sun Qiao sent someone to look for Zhong Meng and asked him to meet her in the living room. After breakfast, Zhong Meng and Leng Yelio walked towards the living room. The Sun Qiao were sons of the Sun Qiao were Leng were Qiao's paced back and forth in. When Sun Qiao saw Zhong Meng enter, she stopped and said with a smile, "I'll start making the equipment for this competition today. I wonder if Prince Zhong has any requirements for this equipment." After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Zhong Meng shook his head. "Sect Master Sun, just make it. I don't have any requirements." At this point, Zhong Meng pondered for a while before continuing. "Sect Master Sun, you can make whatever equipment you want for the competition, but remember one thing. During the competition, you must let me sit at a place where I can see the equipment." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao nodded. "No problem. Both of us will be present during the competition. It won't be a problem even if you're there." Hearing this, Zhong Meng nodded. "Then I have no problem with that." Sun Qiao pondered for a moment before turning to look at Leng Yelio. She said softly, "This is Prince Zhong's first time in South County. There are still a few days before the competition. Take advantage of this gap and bring Prince Zhong around South County for a few days." When Leng Yelio heard this, she was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. "Okay." Originally, Leng Yelio stayed here every day to make equipment. She had long been tired of doing such a boring job. Now that she heard that Sun Qiao had allowed her to play, Leng Yelio was overjoyed. Before Zhong Meng could say anything, Leng Yelio impatiently pulled Zhong Meng's hand and ran out of the door. "Mother, we're leaving." Looking at her daughter and Zhong Meng's backs and then at their hands, Sun Qiao was about to stop them when her heart skipped a beat. Zhong Meng and Leng Yelio walked out of Kikyaromen's gate and headed toward South County City. After arriving at South County City, it didn't take long for Zhong Meng to realize something. Originally, Sun Qiao had asked Leng Yelio to accompany her to play. However, it wasn't playing with her. It was clearly her who was accompanying Leng Yelio to go shopping. The two of them first came to a silk shop. Leng Yelio first compared each batch of cloth on her body and asked Zhong Meng to give her all kinds of suggestions. Seeing that this girl was extremely excited about a piece of blue cloth but did not say that she wanted to buy it, Zhong Meng had no choice but to buy this piece of cloth for her. It was not easy for them to leave the silk shop. In the blink of an eye, Leng Yelio rushed into a rouge and powder shop. After entering the shop, all kinds of fragrances made Zhong Meng feel a little sleepy. In a daze, he could only see Leng Yelio shuttling back and forth in all kinds of powder like a butterfly. In a daze, Zhong Meng only remembered that he had spent a lot of money and bought a lot of things. It was not easy for them to leave the rouge and powder shop and smell the fresh air. Zhong Meng had just felt a little awake when he suddenly realized that Leng Yelio had already looked at a jewelry shop next to him. Seeing that Leng Yelio had already rushed toward the jewelry shop, Zhong Meng did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly reached out to grab Leng Yelio and said with a wry smile, "Where are you going?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Leng Yelio suddenly turned his head and pointed at the jewelry store as he said anxiously, "Zhong Dage, look. I heard that the jewelry in that jewelry shop is very beautiful. I wanted to go in the past, but, my mother won't let me go. It's not easy for my mother to let me go today. Let's go in and take a look." After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng shook his head and pointed to the sky. "Miss, you have to look carefully. It's already noon. Shouldn't we eat first before going to that jewelry shop?" Hearing this, Leng Yelio quickly shook her head. "I'm not hungry. Let's go to that jewelry shop first and then eat, okay?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "No." Seeing this, Leng Yelio quickly whispered, "It'll be soon. Let's go in and take a look. We'll be out soon. It won't be too late to eat then." Seeing Leng Yelio lying to his face, Zhong Meng could only laugh bitterly in his heart. A rouge and powder shop and a silk shop had let them shop for the whole morning. If this was fast, Zhong Meng really did not know what was slow. Seeing that Leng Yelio was about to say something else, Zhong Meng reached out and pulled her towards a nearby hotel. Leng Yelio's face was filled with reluctance as she struggled with all her might. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. She could only obediently follow Zhong Meng. The two of them pulled and entered the restaurant. Zhong Meng looked around, but Leng Yelio, who was behind him, suddenly smiled and ran in front of him. Seeing this, Zhong Meng could not help but be stunned. Chapter 347. Leng Yelio walked towards the innermost table. There were two guests at this table. One was a girl in her 20s dressed in light green, and the other was a slightly younger man dressed in grey. Leng Yelio walked out from behind Zhong Meng and headed straight for this table. Before she reached the table, she had already heard her shout, "Second senior sister, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." When the green-robed girl heard Leng Yelio's shout, her expression changed and she hurriedly stood up to welcome her. "Little junior sister, you're here too." Leng Yelio quickly stepped forward and held the green-robed girl's hand as she said with a smile, "Second senior sister, what are you doing in the city today?" The green-robed girl smiled, "Nothing much. What about you, little junior sister? What are you doing in the city?" Hearing the green-robed girl's question, Leng Yelio finally remembered Zhong Meng. She hurriedly turned around and pulled Zhong Meng over with a smile. "I'm here today on my mother's orders to accompany Prince Zhong to play." At this point, Leng Yelio lowered her voice and said proudly, "Second senior sister, it's not just today. There are still a few more days where I can accompany Prince Zhong to play in the city." After hearing Leng Yelio's words, the green-robed girl smiled and said, "This time you must be happy. You can play to your heart's content." Hearing this, Leng Yelio nodded her head vigorously, "En." After Leng Yelio responded, she suddenly saw the man sitting opposite the green-robed girl and asked curiously, "Hey, second senior sister, who is he? Could it be, your he?" Hearing this, The green-robed girl blushed and pointed at the grey-robed youth. "He's my younger brother." As she spoke, the green-robed girl turned her head to look at Zhong Meng and smiled. "My name is Hong Yu, I'm little Liu's second senior sister. This is my younger brother, Jiahui. May I know this young master's name?" As soon as the green-robed girl finished speaking, before Zhong Meng could reply, Leng Yelio had already spoken first. "Second senior sister, his name is Zhong Meng." While they were talking, Leng Yelio and Zhong Meng also sat down at this table. When the waiter came over, Leng Yelio casually ordered a few more dishes. Then, they started chatting again. While they were talking, Leng Yelio turned his head and glanced at Jiahui. Then, he was stunned and frowned. Everyone chatted for a while more before Hong Yu turned to look at Leng Yelio. "Xiao Liu, you and Prince Zhong can eat first. We've finished eating, so we'll be leaving first." When Leng Yelio heard this, he hurriedly said, "All right, you guys can leave first." While they were talking, Hong Yu and Jiahui got up and left. When Hong Yu and Jiahui's figures disappeared from the door, Zhong Meng turned to look at Leng Yelio and asked in confusion, "Why do you look so unhappy when you see Jiahui? Is there something wrong with him?" Hearing the name Jiahui, Leng Yelio suddenly threw the chopsticks in his hand onto the table and anger surfaced on his face. "Zhong Dage, do you know who that Jiahui is?" Hearing Leng Yelio's question, Zhong Meng replied curiously, "Jiahui, isn't he your second senior sister's younger brother? Is there a problem?" Hearing this, Leng Yelio sneered. "Although Jiahui is second senior sister's younger brother, he has another identity that you don't know about." Zhong Meng asked, "What identity?" Leng Yelio sneered, "Jiahui is from the Tiangongmen." Hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng was stunned for a moment before asking, "Really? How do you know that Jiahui is from the Tiangongmen?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Leng Yelio picked up his sleeve and pointed to a place. "The disciples of the Tiangongmen all have the word work at the bottom of their sleeves." Zhong Meng said, "You saw this word on his sleeve just now, so you were sure that he was from the Tiangongmen, right?" Leng Yelio nodded, "Like the color and style of his clothes, and that word work, this is enough to prove that second senior sister's younger brother, Jiahui, is definitely from the Tiangongmen." After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng looked at Leng Yelio strangely and asked, "It's really strange that you can observe so carefully." Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Leng Yelio turned to look at Zhong Meng. "What's so strange about that? I'm not stupid, how could I not see that word?" Looking at Leng Yelio's bright eyes, Zhong Meng suddenly had a feeling that this girl was definitely not stupid. Could it be that what he said last night was just this girl teasing him? Leng Yelio ignored Zhong Meng's thoughts and said with a frown, "Jiahui is from the Tiangongmen. Then, why does second senior sister want to meet him?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng couldn't help but laugh. "They are siblings, why can't they meet?" Leng Yelio shook her head. "It's not that they can't meet. Don't you think it's strange?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "What's strange about it?" "I really don't think it's strange for the siblings to meet." Leng Yelio said, "Second senior sister has been in Kikyaromen for 3 or 4 years. Why don't we know that she has a Tiangongmen brother?" Zhong Meng smiled. "Maybe your second senior sister doesn't want to talk about it. She's afraid of causing you to misunderstand." At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing, "Look, you see. Look, now that you've found out, you've misunderstood," Wang Yarrow said. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio shook her head again. "No, if they met at any other time, it wouldn't be suspicious." At this point, Leng Yelio turned to look at Zhong Meng and said with some doubt, "It's the Tiangongmen's competition. Now is the time for the Tiangongmen to compete with Kikyaromen. Why did they have to wait until now to meet?" After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng was stunned for a moment. Then, he waved his hand. "They're siblings. I don't think it's strange for them to meet." Leng Yelio shook his head again. "That's not right. Although second senior sister doesn't like to talk much, we get along very well. Every time we meet, we talk for a long time. But this time, as you can see, he left with Jiahui after a few words were exchanged. In order to prepare for this competition, Kikyaromen has stopped making equipment for the outside world. Logically speaking, everyone shouldn't be that busy. However, Second senior sister just said that she had something urgent to attend to and had to leave. This is even more strange. Speaking of this, Leng Yelio's tone paused for a moment. He frowned and thought for a moment before speaking again. I think the reason why second senior sister left so quickly was that she didn't want us to have any more contact with Dazhai. She would have chosen to leave as soon as possible. Zhong Dage, do you think I'm right? After listening to Leng Yelio's analysis, Zhong Meng felt a little embarrassed. He was now completely sure that yesterday's matter was definitely this girl teasing him. Chapter 348. Zhong Meng composed himself and said with a smile, "What you said makes sense, but what does it matter? Maybe they don't want you to know about this." Leng Yelio sighed, "I hope second senior sister won't tell anyone about us." Zhong Meng was stunned when he heard this. He smiled and asked, "What are you afraid of?" Leng Yelio shook his head. "I was mainly worried that second senior martial sister would tell the people of the Heavens Craftsman faction about my mother. If the Heavens Craftsman faction was on guard, it would be hard to deal with it then." Zhong Meng finally understood what Leng Yelio was trying to say. "So you're worried that your second senior sister is a spy?" Leng Yelio nodded. "Right now, Kikyaromen is weak and the Tiangongmen are powerful. I'm afraid that second senior sister will want to leave Kikyaromen and join the Tiangongmen." Zhong Meng asked doubtfully, "It doesn't look like it. When I saw your second senior sister and that Dazhai, they didn't look like that kind of person." Leng Yelio turned to look at Zhong Meng, blinked, and asked with a smile, "Prince Zhong, can you tell who's good and who's bad?" Zhong Meng was stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I don't have that ability. It's hard to predict people's hearts. I can't tell who's good and who's bad just by looking at the surface." Leng Yelio nodded and muttered to herself for a moment before saying in a low voice, "No, I have to tell my mother about this." Zhong Meng nodded, "You're right. If this matter is really as you say, tell your mother as soon as possible and let her be prepared." Sun Xiaoer was about to go to the production room when she saw her eldest disciple, Han Guyun, walk in. "Master, I have something to report." When Sun Xiaoer heard this, she nodded. "Go ahead." After hearing Sun Xiaoer's words, Han Guyun said slowly, "Master, does he remember what I told you yesterday?" Sun Xiaoer was stunned when she heard this. She asked in confusion, "What is it?" Han Guyun quickly replied, "It's about second junior sister." After being reminded by Han Guyun, Sun Xiaoer remembered what she had said yesterday and nodded. "What happened to Hongyu?" Han Guyun said, "Master, this disciple has investigated and found that second junior sister is indeed in contact with the Tiangongmen." Hearing this, Sun Xiaoer turned to look at Han Guyun and asked in a deep voice, "Really? Did you really find out?" Han Guyun hurriedly nodded. "Master, ever since the competition between us and the Tiangongmen, this disciple has discovered that second junior sister has been in contact with the Tiangongmen." After hearing Han Guyun's confirmation, Sun Xiaoer's eyes suddenly narrowed. She frowned and asked, "Why does Hongyu want to interact with the Tiangongmen? Is there a misunderstanding?" After hearing Sun Xiaoer's question, Han Guyun hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "This disciple is afraid that second junior sister and the Tiangongmen have something to do with each other." Hearing this, Sun Xiaoer asked coldly, "Are you saying that Hongyu will side with the Tiangongmen?" Han Guyun nodded. "The Tiangongmen are powerful now, and our Kikyaromen is weak. With this competition, our Kikyaromen doesn't have much chance of winning. If we lose this time, we will belong to the Tiangongmen. We are weak to begin with, and it will be difficult for us to win this competition. If second junior sister tells the Tiangongmen about us, then we have even less chance of winning." Hearing this, Sun Xiaoer nodded. "Are you afraid that Hongyu will tell the Tiangongmen about us?" Han Guyun nodded. "Exactly. If second junior sister tells the Heavens Craftsman faction about us, we won't have any chance of winning." After hearing Han Guyun's answer, Sun Xiaoer turned her head and asked, "Do you think that we have a chance of winning this competition with the Tiangongmen?" After hearing Sun Xiaoer's question, Han Guyun's expression changed. After a moment, she said frankly, "Master, based on this disciple's experience, we have no chance of winning this time." Hearing this, Sun Xiaoer nodded. "Why don't we have a chance of winning?" Han Guyun replied, The equipment we make is not mainly for defense, but the Tiangongmen's equipment is mainly for defense. If we compete in the flexibility of our armor, then we have a chance of winning. But if we compete in the defense of our armor, I think that it will be very difficult for us to win, unless a miracle happens. After hearing Han Guyun's words, Sun Qiao inwardly nodded. Although her eldest disciple's temper wasn't very good, whether it was in terms of crafting skills or experience, she was second only to her in the 7 Possibilities sect. Han Guyun, if you were in charge of this matter, what would you do? After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Guyun's face suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment. After a moment of silence, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. Master, this disciple is slow-witted. I really can't think of any way to win. Hearing this, Sun Qiao nodded and sighed. We have no choice but to compete with the Tiangongmen this time. If we want to compete in the defense of 2 types of equipment, it will be very disadvantageous for us. The only thing that gives us a slight advantage is the weight of the equipment. The weight of both sides is on the same level, so it will be of some help to us. Hearing this, Han Guyun shook her head. It's useless. If the overall weight is reduced, we may have a chance of winning. But the minimum weight they mentioned is also the minimum weight of their equipment. Speaking of this, Han Guyun's tone paused for a moment before she continued. Based on the weight set by both sides, as long as they use the lightest metal, they can completely forge equipment that is stronger than ours. In terms of defense, the defense of leather armor is definitely not better than the light metal equipment. Hearing this, Sun Qiao nodded and then asked, the natural silk is indestructible. Say, if we use the natural silk to make an equipment, is it possible to beat them? After hearing Sun Qiao's question, Han Guyun was silent for a moment before she shook her head. It's also very difficult to do this. Although the natural silk is incomparably tough, logically speaking, if the natural silk is woven into cloth, it can withstand the slashing of swords and sabers. Speaking of this, Han Guyun's tone paused for a moment before she continued. But in fact, although the natural silk is incomparably tough, this is its advantage, but at the same time, it is also its disadvantage. The natural silk is tough. Even if it is woven into cloth, its toughness still exists. If you wear equipment made of the natural silk and use a saber to slash it, it should not be a big problem. But as long as it is a sharp weapon, its defense will immediately be broken and it will not be of any use. Therefore, if you want to use the natural silk to make equipment, the use is too simple and the cost is huge. There is no need to make it. Chapter 349. After listening to Han Guyun's answer, Sun Qiao nodded. You're right. Sky silk is indeed incomparably tough, but equipment made of it isn't very useful. It can only withstand simple slashes. If you're strong enough, even if you can't break the equipment made of sky silk, you can still seriously injure someone. The amount of wild silk is too rare. If you want to use it to weave cloth, the amount of wild silk needed is very large, not to mention making equipment. Therefore, basically no one uses wild silk to make equipment. At this point, Sun Qiao paused for a moment and was silent for a moment before continuing. Unless you have a huge amount of wild silk to make this equipment into more than 3 layers, it may be improved. However, if you do this, the thickness of the wild silk equipment will increase, and the flexibility will be reduced a lot this year. Even so, the damage of sharp weapons on wild silk equipment will only be reduced a little, but the damage is still not to be underestimated. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Guyun was silent for a moment before sighing and saying slowly, if we want to compete with metal equipment in terms of defense, we have to find the shell of the deep-sea divine turtle. Only then can we have a chance of winning. The shell of the deep-sea divine turtle is incomparably hard and extremely light. If it is made of equipment, it will definitely surpass the equipment made by the Tiangongmen in terms of defense. Hearing Han Guyun mention the deep-sea divine turtle, Sun Qiao also sighed. Although the shell of the deep-sea divine turtle is incomparably hard, I've only heard of this kind of divine item. I've never seen it before. What a pity. While the two were talking, they suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Leng Yelio's voice was also heard. Mother, what are you feeling pity about? When Sun Qiao heard the voice, she quickly looked up and saw Leng Yelio and Zhong Meng walking in from outside the door. Lung Yelio came in front of Sun Chaoa and asked with a smile, "Mother, what are you feeling pity about?" Sun Chaoa smiled and patted Lung Yelio. "Your ears are so sharp that you can hear it from so far away." Lung Yelio turned his head to look at Han Guyun and asked with a grin, "Eldest senior sister, what were you talking about just now?" Mother kept saying that it was a pity. Hearing this, Han Guyun smiled and said, "Master and I were talking about the deep-sea turtle. If we had the turtle shell of the deep-sea turtle, we would definitely win this competition with the Changongmen." After hearing Han Guyun's words, Lung Yelio immediately opened his eyes wide. He turned his head to look at Sun Chaoa and said with a smile, "Mother, as long as we buy a deep-sea divine turtle shell, we won't have to waste Zhong Dage's lifespan." After hearing Lung Yelio's words, Sun Chaoa smiled and shook her head. "Little Liu, it's not as simple as you think. If the shell of the deep-sea divine turtle was so easy to obtain, then it wouldn't be a treasure." Han Guyun also smiled and said, "That's right. After so many years, I've only heard that someone used the turtle shell of the deep-sea turtle to make equipment a long time ago, but I've never seen it with my own eyes." Sun Chaoa sighed. The reason why the deep-sea turtle is called the deep-sea turtle is because these turtles basically don't appear on the surface of the sea, so people naturally can't see them. Since they can't see them, then there's no need to think about getting their turtle shell. At this point, Sun Chaoa's tone paused for a moment before continuing. "It seems that the turtle shells that we obtained in the past were also from these turtles. They weren't obtained by hunting." After listening to the two's words, Lung Yelio nodded with some disappointment. Then he turned his head to look at Sun Chaoa and said with a smile, "Mother, I saw second senior sister and her brother today." After hearing Lung Yelio's words, Sun Chaoa and Han Guyun immediately looked at him. Lung Yelio whispered again, "Mother, second senior sister's brother seems to be from the Changongmen." "Changongmen?" After hearing Lung Yelio's words, Sun Chaoa suddenly turned her head. "Really? Did you really see it clearly? Is he really from the Changongmen?" Hearing this, Lung Yelio hurriedly nodded. "I found the mark of the Changongmen on his sleeve." After hearing Lung Yelio's words, Han Guyun nodded, turned to look at Sun Chaoa and said, "It seems that I wasn't wrong. Second junior sister is indeed in contact with the Changongmen." At this point, Han Guyun's tone paused for a moment before continuing. "Master, do you think second junior sister will tell the Changongmen about us?" After hearing Han Guyun's words, Sun Chaoa pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't think so. There must be another reason." Hearing this, Han Guyun asked tentatively, "Master, do you want me to call second junior sister over? We can ask her face to face." Sun Chaoa pondered for a moment before nodding. "That's fine too. I happen to have something to talk to her about." Hearing this, Han Guyun hurriedly responded, turned around, and hurried out of the hall. After seeing Han Guyun leave, Lung Yelio moved closer to Sun Chaoa and asked softly, "Mother, why is second senior sister in contact with the Changongmen?" Sun Chaoa shook her head and said with a smile, "Didn't you say that the Taoist is her younger brother? Do you think she needs a reason to meet her younger brother?" Hearing this, Lung Yelio asked with some doubt, "But why haven't I heard of it before? Does it have to be when we're competing with the Changongmen?" Sun Chaoa shook her head. "No, it can't be what you think. There must be some reason that we don't know." Speaking of this, Sun Chaoa paused for a moment before continuing. "Although An Hongyu has only been in the sect for 8 years, she's definitely not the kind of person you think she is. It's better not to make wild guesses. When she comes later, we'll ask her face to face." Not long after, Han Guyun and An Hongyu walked in from outside the door. An Hongyu stepped forward and bowed. "Master, is there anything you need from me?" Sun Chaoa nodded and said frankly, "I heard from little Liu that your younger brother is from the Changongmen." Hearing Sun Chaoa's question, An Hongyu's expression suddenly changed and she hurriedly replied, "Yes, my younger brother is indeed from the Changongmen." After hearing An Hongyu's words, before Sun Chaoa could speak, Han Guyun had already asked first. "Junior sister, you didn't tell your brother about our Kikyaromen, did you?" Hearing this, An Hongyu hurriedly waved her hand and said, "No, senior sister, I definitely didn't tell him about our Kikyaromen." Han Guyun sneered, "Since it's not about this matter, why do you and your brother have to meet at this time?" Hearing Han Guyun's question, and Hongyu suddenly turned around and knelt down in front of Sun Qiao. Master, I haven't told anyone about our Kikyomen. Han Guyun asked coldly, then tell me, why do you have to meet now? Chapter 350. After hearing Han Guyun's question, and Hongyu hesitated for a moment before replying softly. I'm slow-witted. Ever since I joined the sect, I haven't made any contributions to the sect. In this competition with the Tiangongmen, I couldn't contribute much either. This disciple indeed has a younger brother working for the Heaven's Craftsman faction. Therefore, this disciple wishes to inquire about the Heaven's Craftsman faction from him. I wish to know in advance what equipment the Heaven's Craftsman faction has created to compete with us. After hearing An Hongyu's words, Han Guyun hurriedly asked, Did you find out anything? An Hongyu shook her head. I don't know what kind of equipment they're making, but I heard from my brother that the Tiangongmen have moved some deep-sea frosty iron from their warehouse. I guess they're going to use the deep-sea frosty iron to make equipment this time. After Sun Qiao heard An Hongyu's words, she immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. After a while, she sighed. This time, I'm afraid we're in trouble. Han Guyun hurriedly asked, Master, what is the deep-sea frosty iron? Is it very powerful? Sun Qiao nodded. The deep-sea frosty iron is one of the top materials. Even among these good materials, it's one of the top. Speaking of this, Sun Qiao sighed. I didn't expect the Tiangongmen to take out the deep-sea frosty iron to compete with us this time. It's really unexpected. The deep-sea frosty iron is extremely rare. Coupled with the fact that it's not easy to obtain, this material is even rarer. I think that even if the Tiangongmen are rich, they won't have a lot of this material. I didn't expect the Tiangongmen to invest so much. It seems that they're determined to beat us this time. After listening to Sun Qiao's explanation, Han Guyun's expression changed. She said in surprise, Then, won't we lose without a doubt? Sun Qiao nodded. That's true. The Tiangongmen took out the deep-sea frosty iron to compete with us, but we don't have the upper-level material to make equipment. Comparing the two, we have no chance of winning. Hearing this, Han Guyun and An Hongyu were shocked and asked in unison. Master, what should we do? After hearing their questions, Sun Qiao subconsciously glanced at Zhong Meng. Only then did she feel a little more confident. She turned her head to look at Han Guyun and An Hongyu and said with a smile, You don't have to worry. I have my ways. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Guyun's expression relaxed a little. She suddenly turned her head to look at An Hongyu and said somewhat apologetically, Second junior sister, I'm sorry. Not waiting for Han Guyun to finish her words, An Hongyu spoke up, Senior apprentice sister, it's okay. I didn't tell you about this matter in advance. It's also my fault for making you worry. After hearing An Hongyu's words, Han Guyun, who had always been outspoken, felt a little better in her heart. But after thinking for a while, she hurriedly asked, Junior sister, if that's the case, wouldn't it be bad if the Tiangongmen find out about your brother? After hearing Han Guyun's words, An Hongyu was silent for a while. Then she forced a smile and shook her head. It's okay. Xiaohui did it very carefully. No one should find out. After hearing An Hongyu's words, Sun Qiao nodded. You'd better not contact your brother in the future. If the Tiangongmen find out, it'll be very bad for him. Hearing this, An Hongyu nodded. Now that we know that they want to use the deep-sea cold iron to make equipment, we won't contact each other anymore. Unless there are new changes in the Tiangongmen and they use new materials, Xiaohui will contact me. Hearing An Hongyu's words, Sun Qiao stood up and helped An Hongyu up. It's been hard on you. You've spent so much effort on the matter of Chiqiao sect. As your master, I feel very apologetic. Hearing this, An Hongyu hurriedly replied, Master, your disciple owes you a great deal. I have no way to repay you. It's only right that I do my part. Sun Qiao nodded. You have to be careful in the future. Also, pass a message to your brother for me. Tell him that I'm very grateful to him for everything he has done for Kikyaromen. Han Guyun also sighed. I hope Xiaohui won't be found out by the Heavenly Palace sect. Otherwise, after hearing Han Guyun's sigh, An Hongyu's face darkened. If the Tiangongmen really found out about this matter, it would be really bad. After Dazhai and his sister parted ways, he went straight back to the Tiangongmen. As soon as he opened the door to the courtyard, he saw a few people standing in the courtyard. After seeing them clearly, Dazhai's heart skipped a beat. The people in the courtyard were Han Yuchao, Shen Fei, and the others. Dazhai composed himself and hurriedly went up to Han Yuchao. Dazhai greets young Master Han. Looking at Dazhai walking over, Han Yuchao sneered. "Where did you go just now?" Hearing Han Yuchao's question, Dazhai's heart suddenly sank. He had a vague feeling that Han Yuchao had found out about his secret. Dazhai forced a smile. "Nothing. Today happened to be a holiday, so I went out for a walk." After hearing Dazhai's answer, Han Dazhai asked coldly, "Where did you go?" Dazhai hurriedly replied, "I just went out for a walk and then had some food." Hearing this, Han Yuchao asked again, "Where did you go to eat? Who did you have dinner with?" Before Dazhai could answer this time, Wang Hai, Han Yuchao's henchman, spoke first. "Did you have dinner with people from Kikyomen?" Hearing the 3 words 7 Apertures sect, Dazhai's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "No, how could I know people from Kikyomen?" After hearing Dazhai's answer, Wang Hai snorted coldly and kicked Dazhai to the ground. "I asked you nicely, but you refused to answer. Did you have to wait for me to make a move on you before you answered?" Dazhai hurriedly got up from the ground and said to Han Yuchao, "Young Master Han, I don't know what you're talking about." After hearing Dazhai's words, Han Yuchao sneered and waved at the henchman beside him. "Grab him first. I'd like to see how long he can be so stubborn." Hearing this, the henchman immediately rushed up. Dazhai knew that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted at Han Yuchao, "Young Master Han, I really don't know her." Before Dazhai could finish his words, he was pressed to the ground by the henchman. Then, Dazhai's words turned into screams. After the henchman taught Dazhai a lesson, Wang Hai asked, "Kid, don't think that we don't know that the person you met was your sister, right? Today, we beat you up to let you know that our young master knows what you've done." Dazhai struggled to get up and said loudly, "I don't know that person. She's not my sister." Chapter 351. These few days, Zhong Meng had a leisurely and happy time. Every day, he would play in South County City with Lung Yelio. Otherwise, he would go to the charming places outside South County City. Happy time always passed very quickly. Unknowingly, it was time for the competition between Kikyomen and the Tiangongmen. In order to let everyone know that they were fair and would not bully others, the Tiangongmen specially invited a luxurious lineup of judges to decide the outcome of this competition. The deputy sect master of the Tiangongmen, Han Qingyun, was the main judge. The sect master of Kikyomen, Sun Qiaoer, was also considered a judge. The 3rd disciple of the sword crafting sect, Yun Zhenbai, also joined the ranks of the judges. The 8th disciple of the Medicine King Pavilion, Fan Yang, also participated in this grand occasion despite the long journey. The 5th disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, Xia Tianhao, also came here to join the army of judges. For this competition, the large sects around South County City had all sent important figures to participate. Of course, there were also some small sects around South County City who came to participate in this victory. However, they were too famous, so they could only sit in the audience and watch. The reason why the Tiangongmen invited so many people to watch was naturally not just to defeat Kikyomen. They did not know that such a big scene would be needed for a small Kikyomen. The Tiangongmen's main purpose was to let everyone know that Tiangongmen could definitely do what they wanted to do. There were so many sects in the world. Naturally, the Tiangongmen and Kikyomen were not the only sects that specially made equipment. If they defeated Kikyomen with great fanfare this time, it would also be a reminder to the other small sects that made equipment. As long as they easily defeated Kikyomen this time, it would be much easier for the Tiangongmen to make a move on other sects in the future. Sitting in the middle of the judging platform and looking at the crowd below, the deputy sect master of the Tiangongmen, Han Qingyun, felt a sense of complacency. A mere Kikyomen was nothing in Han Qingyun's eyes. It would be a piece of cake for him to defeat them. What's more, the equipment for the competition this time was forged with deep-sea cold iron. Not only that, but there were even better materials in it, which made the equipment's defense even more terrifying. The reason why Han Qingyun was able to become the deputy chief of the Qiangongmen was because he was the junior of the Qiangongmen's leader, Zhu Jinshe. On the other hand, it was also because of his system and skills that he was able to stand out from the rest of his seniors and juniors and become the only deputy chief. The leader of the Qiangongmen, Zhu Jinshe, usually did not care about the affairs of the sect, so the power naturally fell into the hands of Han Qingyun. Therefore, on the surface, Zhu Jinshe was the leader of the Qiangongmen, but in reality, Han Qingyun had the most power. Looking at the people who came to participate in this competition, Sun Qiao was a little nervous. No matter what, Qiqiaomen was only a small sect with a few dozen people. She rarely saw such a big scene. In Sun Qiao's eyes, the third disciple, Yun Zhenbai, was an existence that she could only look up to. The eighth disciple of the Medicine King Pavilion, Fan Yang, and the fifth disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Nai Tianhao, shocked Sun Qiao even more. She had long heard of the strength of these three people, but she did not expect that they would come to participate in their competition today. There were also those people sitting in the audience. Sun Qiao took a closer look. She did not dare to underestimate any of them. This was because these people were all famous figures in the vicinity of South County City. They were either the sect masters or elders of the sects. In short, Sun Qiao had already understood that most of these people's statuses were higher than hers. Facing so many important people, Sun Qiao felt a little uneasy. Although she had already tested Zhong Meng's strength and proved that his skill was indeed useful, Sun Qiao was now a little suspicious. These people were all invited by the Qiangongmen. The Qiangongmen invited these big shots because they were confident that they could defeat Qiqiaomen. Their goal was naturally to let these people spread the strength of the Qiangongmen. The reason why the Qiangongmen dared to invite these big shots naturally proved that they were absolutely confident that they could defeat Qiqiaomen. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the Heaven's Craftsman faction in front of these bigwigs? Deep-sea cold iron was one of the best materials in the world. If this material was used to make equipment, the defense of the equipment could be imagined. If Zhong Meng had not appeared, Sun Qiao would have probably surrendered immediately. Even if they found the skin of the diamond monster, it was only trash in front of the deep-sea cold iron. Sun Qiao had once tested it. Even with the best diamond stone skin, it could only block a level 4 attack. It could not block a level 5 attack. Sun Qiao did not dare to imagine how strong the equipment made with deep-sea cold iron would be. The deep-sea cold iron was incomparably hard. Coupled with the special craftsmanship, the defense of the deep-sea cold iron was increased to the extreme. Facing such a terrifying deep-sea cold iron armor, to be honest, Sun Qiao did not have the slightest idea of defeating it. Although Sun Qiao had never seen equipment made with deep-sea cold iron, she guessed that based on the level she had tested, it would be able to block at least a level 8 attack, or even, originally, Sun Qiao had some confidence in Zhong Meng. When she first arrived, she was both surprised and surprised. However, after seeing so many big shots, Sun Qiao's confidence suddenly decreased. Thinking of this, Sun Quan's forehead involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. During the test, they used a level 6 weapon. This meant that if Zhong Meng activated his skill, he could definitely block the attack of a level 6 weapon. However, if Prince Zhong used his full strength, what level weapon could he block? Who didn't know? Sun Qiao was a little anxious. She could not help but wipe off her cold sweat. However, this action of hers was clearly seen by Han Qingyun, who was standing at the side. Seeing Sun Qiao's anxious look, Han Qingyun sneered in his heart. A small Qiqiaomen actually wanted to fight with Qiangongmen. What a joke. If this competition was not for others to watch, a small Qiqiaomen could destroy it several times over in a matter of minutes. Seeing Sun Qiao continuously wipe off her sweat, Han Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Previously, he only thought that Sun Qiao was the leader of Qiqiaomen. After taking a closer look, he realized that Sun Qiao was actually very beautiful. Although she was slightly older, it could not hide her beauty from the past. Looking at Sun Qiao's fair cheeks, Han Qingyun suddenly remembered that his son had told him about Sun Qiao's daughter. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun hurriedly looked elsewhere, trying to find traces of Sun Qiao's daughter. Unfortunately, it was not time for the competition yet. The contestants from both sides had yet to enter the arena. Han Qingyun turned his head in disappointment. Looking at Sun Qiao beside him, he sighed in his heart. Such a beautiful girl, what a pity. No, if she defeated Kikyaromen. Chapter 352. Han Qingyun looked at Sun Qiao and suddenly laughed. Sect leader Sun, it looks like you're very nervous. Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Sun Qiao quickly turned her head and said, "It's a little hot." "It's really a little hot here." After hearing Sun Qiao's answer, Han Qingyun nodded and said with a smile, "Sect leader Sun, what are your plans after this competition?" Sun Qiao was stunned and looked at Han Qingyun in confusion. "Sect leader Han, what do you mean?" Han Qingyun smiled. "Sect leader Sun should know what I'm trying to say." Sun Qiao shook her head. "I don't know." "Sect leader Han, if you have anything to say, just say it." Han Qingyun coughed lightly and said with a smile, "What I'm trying to say is that after the competition, Kikyaromen will become Tiangongmen." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao's expression changed and she said calmly, "Sect leader Han, the competition hasn't started yet. It's too early for you to say this." Han Qingyun shook his head and waved his hand. "It's not early at all. I just want to tell Sect leader Sun this truth as soon as possible so that Sect leader Sun won't have any hopes of getting lucky." Sun Qiao laughed coldly. "Then I'll have to thank Sect leader Han." Han Qingyun nodded with a smile and said slowly, "There's no need to thank me. I saw that Sect leader Sun was very worried, so I kindly reminded you." Sun Qiao shook her head. "Sect leader Han, before the competition ends, no one knows the outcome. It's better not to say such things." After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun waved his hand and leaned toward Sun Qiao before speaking in a low voice. "Sect leader Sun, to tell you the truth, our equipment this time used the deep-sea cold iron as the raw material." "Don't you know?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao was stunned. She turned to look at Han Qingyun and asked curiously, "What did you say? What material did you use to make the equipment?" "How would I know?" Han Qingyun shook his head. "Sect leader Sun, don't think that I don't know what you've done. I can tell you that I know everything." At this point, Han Qingyun sneered, "And Dazhai is the younger brother of your second disciple, and Hong Yu. I'm sure you've already heard about the materials we used to forge equipment from him." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao was shocked. She hurriedly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why didn't I know about this? Who is in Dazhai? Don't accuse a good person. Hurry up and let him go. Release him." Han Qingyun sneered, "And Dazhai, do you think it's so easy for me to leak out our sect's most important secret?" When Sun Qiao heard this, she said anxiously, "Let him go quickly. We don't know him. He has nothing to do with this matter." Han Qingyun shook his head. "Sect leader Sun, why must you do this? Since Dazhai has done such a disgraceful thing, you should know that I will definitely not let him off." When Sun Qiao heard this, she gritted her teeth. "Sect leader Han, what do you want? How can you let him go?" After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, "Sect leader Han, have you thought about it? When you join the Tiangongmen, there will be no one to take care of you. Your life will be very difficult in the future, right?" After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao shook her head. "Sect leader Han, you don't have to worry about this. Moreover, the competition hasn't started yet. It's too early to say these things." At this point, Sun Qiao paused for a moment, then continued. "If the Tiangongmen lose this competition, then what you said just now will be extremely laughable." Han Qingyun waved his hand. "It's not laughable. It's not laughable at all. This is the truth." At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment. He pondered for a moment before continuing. "Sect leader Sun, we're all equipment makers. We're no strangers to equipment and materials. I can tell you that in order to ensure that this competition is foolproof, we've used some adamantine from the Magic Empire to increase the defense of the deep-sea frost iron by a lot. As for you, what are you going to use to make equipment? If I'm not wrong, Your best material should be the diamond monster's skin. Sect leader Sun, do you think that you can defeat my deep-sea frost iron with just the diamond monster's skin? After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao did not defend herself. As long as one was an equipment maker, they would know the importance of materials. The deep-sea frost body was already extremely hard. Ever since it was equipped, its defense was even more shocking. If the adamantine was added, its defense would be even more terrifying. Although adamantine could not increase the hardness of equipment, it could increase its toughness. Unknowingly, if the toughness of the equipment increased, its defense would naturally increase as well. As for the materials that Kikyaru men used to make equipment, it was just as Han Qingyun had said. The best material that they could use was the diamond monster's skin. Unfortunately, even the best diamond monster's skin could not withstand a single blow from the deep-sea frost iron, not to mention the addition of adamantine. Seeing that Sun Qiao was silent, Han Qingyun pretended to sigh. Qiao, why do you have to do this? Shut up. Before Han Qingyun could finish, he was interrupted by Sun Qiao, whose face was flushed red. Sect leader Han, please show some respect. Qiao's name is not for you to say. Hearing Sun Qiao's reprimand, Han Qingyun's face turned red. That was only the first step of his test. If he called Sun Qiao's name and she did not mind, he would proceed to the second step. Since Sun Qiao did not allow him to call her by her name, he could only find another way. Han Qingyun hurriedly waved his hand. I'm sorry, Sect Leader Sunday. It was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me. At this point, Han Qingyun pondered for a moment before she smiled and said, it's mainly because this sect master was worried about Sect Master Sun's safety. That's why I spoke so bluntly and caused a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Sect Master Sunday. Seeing that Han Qingyun had apologized, Sun Qiao's anger lessened a little. She said seriously, Sect Leader Han, you are the sect leader of the Tiangongmen. Please don't speak to me like that in the future. Han Qingyun nodded and said with a smile, Sect Leader Sun, to be honest, you are treating me like an outsider. In the future, we are all Tiangongmen. Why should we differentiate between each other? Han Qingyun purposely emphasized the last sentence, hoping to attract Sun Qiao's attention. As expected, as soon as Han Qingyun finished speaking, Sun Qiao's face turned red again. She said angrily, Sect Leader Han, why do you say that? Hearing that, Han Qingyun shook his head. Sect Leader Sun, did I say anything wrong? Have you forgotten the rules of our competition? If Kikyaru fails, then she will belong to the Tiangongmen. When Kikyaru belongs to the Tiangongmen, won't we be one family? There will be no distinction between each other. Chapter 353. Sun Qiao was enraged. Don't even think about it. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun sneered, Sect Leader Sun, you were also present when we set the rules. Don't tell me you want to go back on your words so quickly. Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing, Sect Leader Sun, even if you want to go back on your word, do you think you can do it in front of so many people? Sun Qiao was enraged. But she was also part of setting the rules. For a moment, she was so angry that she couldn't say anything. Seeing that Sun Qiao didn't answer, Han Qingyun continued, all of you from the Seven Skills sect are women. If you become disciples of the Heavens Craftsman faction in the future and no one takes care of you, I'm afraid. Although Han Qingyun didn't finish his sentence, Sun Qiao knew that what he said was the truth. 90% of the Tiangongmen were men. If the women of Kikyaru joined the Tiangongmen, they wouldn't have a good life if no one took care of them. If they really lost this competition, it was certain that Kikyaru wouldn't have a good life in the future. However, it was impossible for Sun Qiao to give in. Sun Qiao turned her head to look at Han Qingyun and said angrily, Sect Leader Han, what do you want? Sun Qiao's voice was a little loud, and it attracted the attention of the other judges. Seeing this, Han Qingyun quickly clasped his fists and said apologetically, I'm really sorry. I was discussing something with Sect Leader Sun just now. My voice was a little loud. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Sun Qiao didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she turned her head angrily and ignored Han Qingyun. Looking at the angry Sun Qiao, the evil fire in Han Qingyun's heart grew even stronger. He swore in his heart that he would definitely, As time went by, everyone gradually arrived, and the competition officially began. Han Qingyun stood up and gave a speech to the crowd. He said a lot of useful and useless things. In short, he welcomed everyone and hoped that they would witness this moment. Other than that, he didn't say anything meaningful. After Han Qingyun finished speaking, he introduced the other judges to everyone. Then, he announced the start of the competition. The two contestants entered the competition venue from two different directions, which was the empty space between the judges' seats and the audience's seats. In this open space, there were two tables facing each other. Beside the tables, there was a row of weapon racks with a total of 10 sabers hanging on them. The Tiangongmen's player was Han Yuchao. Originally, it was impossible for Han Yuchao to participate in the competition. However, under Han Yuchao's snot and tears, Han Qingyun had no choice but to agree. Therefore, Han Yuchao represented the Tiangongmen in the competition. As the host, Han Yuchao was the first to appear. Han Yuchao was dressed very handsomely. He wore a snow-white robe and held a folding fan with gold in his hand. Coupled with his good looks, he could be considered an elegant young master. Behind him was a disciple of the Heaven's Craftsman sect, who was holding a golden rectangular box. The two of them arrived at their table one after the other. Han Yuchao instructed the disciple to place the box on the table before he cupped his fist and shouted to the audience. The Tiangongmen's equipment is ready for the competition. Next, it was Kikyaromen's turn. The people representing Kikyaromen were naturally Leng Yelio and Zhong Meng. Leng Yelio, who was dressed in pink, held a grey box in her hand. She walked side by side with Zhong Meng to their table and placed the box on it. Seeing Han Yuchao's expression, Leng Yelio cupped her fist and shouted to the audience. Kikyaromen is here to participate in the competition. The reason why Han Yuchao took the initiative to represent the Tiangongmen was because he had a motive. Han Yuchao and Leng Yelio stood side by side in front of the audience. One of them was dressed in white while the other was dressed in pink. The audience's eyes lit up. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted from the back of the audience. "Good job! Mr. Han and Ms. Leng are a match made in heaven. Mr. Han and Ms. Leng are a perfect match." Under the lead of some people, more and more people felt that the two of them were a perfect match. They couldn't help but agree loudly. Hearing the cheers from the audience, Leng Yelio was so angry that her face turned red. She turned around and glared at Han Yuchao. "Did you do it?" Unfortunately, the voices below the stage were so loud that Leng Yelio's voice was drowned out. Seeing this, Leng Yelio stomped her feet in anger and returned to Zhong Meng's side. "Zhong Dage, Han Yuchao must have done this. I won't let him off." Looking at the people who were shouting the most fiercely, Zhong Meng laughed in his heart. Weren't they Han Yuchao's lackeys from the other day? Thinking about how the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen already had such a relationship, Han Yuchao still wanted to use this method to get Leng Yelio. Zhong Meng found it laughable. Hearing the cheers from the audience, Han Qingyun was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. If his little brat could get Sun Qiao's daughter, then his chances of getting Sun Qiao would be even higher. At this point, not only did Han Qingyun not stop this, but he even began to clap. Sun Qiao was so angry that her face turned green. The main reason why she let her daughter represent Kikyaromen was because she didn't want Han Guyun and An Hongyu to know about Zhong Meng. That was why she let her daughter represent Kikyaromen. Who would have thought that Han Yuchao would come up with such a bad idea? After the cheers from the crowd had stopped, Han Qingyun stood up and waved his hand to the audience as he announced loudly, "Before the competition starts, let me explain the rules. The competition will follow the old rules." Everyone saw the sabers hanging on the weapon rack. From left to right, each saber has a level. Whoever has the higher level of equipment resistance will be the final winner. At this point, Han Qingyun paused for a moment and turned to look at Sun Qiao before continuing to speak loudly. In addition, both the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen have a prize for this competition. In order to value this competition, the Tiangongmen have taken out their sect treasure, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, as the prize. Kikyaromen, on the other hand, doesn't have a treasure that is on par with the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth. Therefore, if Kikyaromen loses, Kikyaromen will belong to the Tiangongmen and use this as the prize. since the rules have been set. At this point, Han Qingyun cupped his fists to the judges on his left and right before continuing. Please supervise the competition and maintain the fairness of the competition. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, the judges all stood up and promised that the competition would be fair. These people were highly skilled in martial arts, so they used some inner strength when they spoke. Although there were many people present, their voices were still clearly heard by everyone with the help of their inner strength. Chapter 354. The match began. As soon as Han Qingyun finished speaking, Han Yuchao and Leng Yelio opened the boxes in front of them and took out the equipment inside. As soon as Han Yuchao took out the equipment from the box, the audience gasped in amazement. The equipment was made from deep-sea frosty iron. Its entire body was made of shiny black leaves. The combination between the leaves was compact and delicate. It did not affect the user's movement, nor did it reveal any flaws. The most important thing was that there was actually a faint golden light flashing on the armor plates of this jet black and shiny equipment. Ah! This is good stuff. This is a treasure. I wonder if it's for sale. Screw you. Even if it's for sale, can you afford such good equipment? Seeing the equipment made from deep-sea frosty iron, the audience was in an uproar. Other than exclaiming in amazement, there were actually people who wanted to buy the equipment on the spot. Hearing the audience's cheers, Han Qingyun turned to look at Sun Qiao proudly and said with a smile, "Sect leader Sun, our sect's equipment is passable, right?" Hearing Han Qingyun's words and looking at the equipment, Sun Qiao's face turned sour. Equipment made from deep-sea frosty iron was already very rare. With the addition of some adamantine, the equipment's level had increased by a lot. It was not an exaggeration to say that if one bought this equipment, it would be more than enough to be a family heirloom. Seeing that Sun Qiao did not answer his question, Han Qingyun did not mind and asked again. "Sect leader Sun, you've seen our sect's equipment. I wonder what equipment Kikyaromen has put up. Let us see it." At this moment, the fifth disciple of the Sky Sword sect, Nai Tianhao, suddenly turned to look at Han Qingyun and smiled. "Sect leader Han, I have an idea. I wonder if I should say it." After hearing Nai Tianhao's words, Han Qingyun turned his attention away from Sun Qiao and turned to look at Nai Tianhao with a smile. "Brother Nai, you're too polite. Given our relationship, just say the word. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you." Upon hearing Han Qingyun's reply, a smile appeared on Nai Tianhao's face. He cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Han, would you be willing to sell this equipment to our sect after the competition?" Hearing this, Han Qingyun laughed heartily and waved his hands. "Old brother Nai, you're too courteous. If old brother Nai needs this equipment, given our relationship, how could I not agree to it?" Ha ha! Seeing that Han Qingyun had agreed, Nai Tianhao hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. "Thank you, sect leader Han, for your generosity." The third disciple of the sword crafting sect, Yun Zhenbai, also smiled and said, "Sect Master Han, this equipment is completely black. Looking at its color, it should be made from deep-sea cold iron. Am I right?" Hearing this, Han Qingyun nodded proudly. "Brother Yun, you have good eyesight indeed. You are indeed a genius of the swordcrafting sect. You were able to identify the material used to make this equipment at a glance. I'm impressed. Han Qingyun's voice was loud and clear. After he said that, the row of people in front of the audience had already heard him clearly. Instantly, it caused another round of cheers from the crowd. "Deep-sea frost iron? I didn't expect Tiangongmen to use deep-sea frost iron to make equipment. Deep-sea frost iron is very rare. Even if an ordinary person wants to see it, it's not easy. I didn't expect to see equipment made from deep-sea frost iron. How rare. Tiangongmen are indeed extraordinary. To have such a precious material, they are indeed Tiangongmen." After the crowd's cheers had died down, Yun Zhenbai said with a smile, "Sect Master Han, from what I can see, this equipment is not as simple as it looks on the surface." Speaking up to this point, Yun Zhenbai paused for a moment before continuing. "If I'm not wrong, this equipment is mixed with adamantine. Sect Master Han, I'm not sure if I'm wrong." Hearing this, Han Qingyun immediately cupped his fists towards Yun Zhenbai and praised, "You are indeed a swordcrafting master. You were able to see through the mystery of this equipment at a glance. I'm impressed. Deep-sea frost iron is extremely hard and has amazing defense. If you add adamantine, it will increase the toughness of this equipment by a lot, making the defense of this equipment even stronger. Han Qingyun and Yun Zhenbai talked tirelessly, showing the demeanor of a great master. However, Sun Qiao's face turned pale. She knew from An Hongyu that the Tiangongmen used deep-sea frost iron as the material for this equipment. Equipment made from deep-sea frost iron was already intimidating to Sun Qiao. She did not expect the Tiangongmen to spend so much money and mix in adamantine, which was of a higher quality. Although Sun Qiao was not a master of metal equipment, it did not prevent her from knowing about adamantine. Adamantine was a material that did not exist in Anwu Kingdom. It could only be transported from the distant Magic Empire. Legend had it that adamantine was produced by a mysterious race in the Magic Empire. Not only was it rare, but one would also be attacked by this mysterious race if one wanted to obtain it. It was for this reason that adamantine had almost become a legend. Sun Qiao subconsciously glanced at Zhong Meng. She wanted to see how he would react when he heard the name adamantine. At this time, Leng Yelio also took out Kikyaromen's equipment for the competition. When the audience saw the equipment that Leng Yelio took out, they could not help but gasp at the same time. For a moment, the sound of gasps could be heard everywhere. After a while, a middle-aged man at the front of the audience rubbed his eyes and asked his companion next to him in confusion. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why does the equipment that Kikyaromen took out look like leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear? Is that true? Another person also nodded in confusion. There's no mistake. Look at the material of the leather armor. It's the skin of a wild bear. There's no mistake about it. For a moment, the audience began to discuss. Although the discussion was not loud, there were so many people discussing it that it became a buzzing noise. Han Qingyun also looked at the leather armor that Leng Yelio took out in surprise. He could not help but rub his eyes. That's right. It was a leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. There was no mistake about it. With Han Qingyun's eyes, he could tell at a glance that this was a common item. In Han Qingyun's opinion, Kikyaromen did not have any good materials, but they would not use the skin of a wild bear to make leather armor for the competition. Even if they did not have any good materials, they should at least use the skin of a diamond monster to make equipment. How could they use a piece of equipment made from the skin of a wild bear to participate in the competition? Could it be that this piece of equipment made from the skin of a wild bear had some kind of secret? Or could it be that Kikyaromen had some special craftsmanship that increased the defense of this piece of equipment? Chapter 355. Han Qingyun looked at the equipment that Leng Yelio took out in shock. After a while, he turned to Sun Qiao and asked curiously, Sect leader Sun, you can't be thinking of using this equipment to participate in the competition, right? Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Sun Qiao blushed slightly. In front of the Tiangongmen's equipment made from deep-sea cold iron, her leather armor made from wild bear skin was indeed not worth mentioning. The two pieces of equipment were not even on the same level. They were worlds apart. Equipment made from deep-sea cold iron was the sky. Equipment made from wild bear's skin was the ground. This was the difference between the two pieces of equipment. Sun Qiao took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She then said slowly, Sect leader Han, can't I? Hearing Sun Qiao admit it, Han Qingyun suddenly sneered, Sect leader Sun, are you messing with me? You're actually using such a lousy piece of equipment to compete with me? Sun Qiao turned her head away from Han Qingyun and said indifferently, can't I? Han Qingyun was furious. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly laughed. No matter what equipment Sun Qiao took out, he would definitely win. As long as the result did not change, nothing else mattered. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun suddenly turned to look at Sun Qiao and laughed softly. So, Qiao's intentions are the same as mine. What? Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao was furious. Sect leader Han, watch your words. Who's your Qiao? Facing Sun Qiao's anger, Han Qingyun sneered in his heart. As long as my equipment beats your lousy equipment, let's see what reason you have to be arrogant in front of me. The 8th disciple of Medicine King Pavilion, Fan Yang, who was sitting beside Sun Qiao, looked at the equipment that Leng Yelio took out. He was stunned for a while before he turned to Sun Qiao and said softly, "Sect leader Sun, although I don't know how to make equipment, it doesn't seem right to bring me to see your equipment." Sun Qiao was embarrassed, but she could not do anything. She could only force a smile and say, "It's okay, we added special craftsmanship into this equipment." "Oh." Hearing this, Fan Yang nodded as if he understood. Han Yuchao could not help but laugh when he saw Leng Yelio take out this piece of equipment. "Girl, do you want to use that equipment to compete with mine?" Leng Yelio didn't even look at Han Yuchao as he said coldly, "Why, can't I?" Seeing this, Han Yuchao chuckled. "Sure, of course. No matter what lousy equipment you take out, I will compete with you seriously. Don't worry." At this point, Han Yuchao paused for a moment before continuing in a low voice, "By the way, after the competition, shall I treat you to a meal?" Leng Yi Liu replied coldly, "Dream on, don't even think about it." When Han Yuchao heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "The past was just a dream. After the competition, won't we become a family? There's no need to distinguish between each other." Leng Yelio turned to look at Han Yuchao and said angrily, "Who's with you?" Hearing Leng Yelio's words, Han Yuchao's expression changed. "Leng Yelio, don't tell me you think that you can win against me with that lousy equipment of yours." Hearing Han Yuchao's words, Leng Yelio raised his head proudly. "As long as Zhong Dage is here, I will definitely win against you guys." Seeing how confident Leng Yelio was, Han Yuchao was stunned. He turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked curiously, "Are you his Zhong Dage?" Zhong Meng nodded as an answer. Han Yuchao looked at Zhong Meng, then turned to look at Leng Yelio, then turned to look at Zhong Meng. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha!" Han Yuchao pointed at Zhong Meng and turned to look at Leng Yelio. He laughed and said, "Don't tell me you expect him to win for you. Ha ha! You're making me laugh to death." Hearing this, Leng Yelio immediately grabbed Zhong Meng's arm and looked at Han Yuchao with contempt. "If I, Zhong Dage, say that I can win against you guys, then I will definitely win against you guys. Ha ha!" Seeing Leng Yelio's blind confidence, Han Yuchao laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Han Qingyun frowned and looked at Zhong Meng, then turned to Sun Qiao and asked curiously, "Sect leader Sun, is this person your disciple?" Sun Qiao shook her head. "No." Hearing this, Han Qingyun said unhappily, "Since he's not Kikyaromen's disciple, why is he here to participate in the competition? Let him leave." Just as Han Qingyun was about to raise his hand to ask Zhong Meng to leave, Sun Qiao hurriedly said, "Sect leader Han, no, the young master is my daughter's friend. You can't ask him to leave." Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun laughed coldly. "Sect leader Sun, this competition is only between the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen. Even if Prince Zhong is your friend, he can't be considered as one of Kikyaromen's people. Let him leave quickly." Seeing that Han Qingyun was insistent on asking Zhong Meng to leave, Sun Qiao's forehead started to sweat. Their competition this time was completely dependent on Zhong Meng's family's ultimate skill. Even though Zhong Meng's family's ultimate skill was extremely powerful, its weakness was also very obvious. After adding the skill to the armor, the duration was very short. Therefore, Zhong Meng had to be present. Otherwise, it wouldn't be effective. Sun Qiao said loudly, "No, I don't agree. Even though Prince Zhong isn't one of Kikyaromen's people, he's our friend. He can be considered as representing Kikyaromen in this competition." Sun Qiao, who had always been calm, was now so agitated that she wanted Zhong Meng to stay. Seeing this scene, Han Qingyun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He looked at the armor made of wilderness hide in front of Leng Yelio and suddenly understood. Kikyaromen dared to use this lousy equipment to participate in the competition. Could it be because of this young man in front of him? Han Qingyun wasn't stupid. If he was, he wouldn't have stood out from all his fellow disciples and become the vice-sect leader of the Tiangongmen. Seeing how agitated Sun Qiao was because of this young man, Han Qingyun was certain that this young man wasn't simple. He might be the reason why Kikyaromen dared to use this lousy equipment to participate in the competition. At this thought, Han Qingyun said tentatively, "No, No one is allowed to stay in the competition venue except for Kikyaromen's people and Tiangongmen's people. After saying this, Han Qingyun paid attention to Sun Qiao's expression to see if his guess was right. Sure enough, Han Qingyun saw that Sun Qiao's forehead was covered in sweat after hearing this. No, I won't agree to let Prince Zhong leave no matter what. Seeing Sun Qiao's expression, Han Qingyun suddenly understood. He turned his head to look at Zhong Meng, but he was a little confused. Who was this young man? Could it be that he knew how to make equipment? But that couldn't be right. At his age, even if he knew how to make equipment, he wouldn't be able to do it. Chapter 356. Although Han Qingyun had guessed Sun Qiao's thoughts, he was still a little confused. He could not figure out what Sun Qiao was relying on. However, Han Qingyun was very cautious. He admitted that he had guessed wrong, but he was not willing to take the risk. Seeing that Sun Qiao was not letting Zhong Meng leave, Han Qingyun had already made up his mind. He had to chase this person away. At the thought of this, Han Qingyun cupped his fists and said to Yun Zhenbai, who was next to him, "All of you are the judges. You are here for the sake of fairness. This competition is limited to the Seven Skills sect and the Heavens Craftsman sect." Speaking of this, Han Qingyun turned to look at Zhong Meng, then continued, "Now, there is an outsider in the competition, so I suggest that we chase this outsider out. Otherwise, I think this is unfair." Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Yun Zhenbai nodded. Sect leader Han is right. Speaking of this, Yun Zhenbai turned to look at Sun Qiao and said with a smile, "Sect leader Sun, sect leader Han is right. This competition is between Kikyaromen and Tiangongmen. It is indeed inappropriate for an outsider to be present. Sect leader Sun, please give the order to have this person leave as soon as possible." After hearing Yun Zhenbai's words, Sun Qiao stood up anxiously and said loudly, "No, I don't agree. Although Prince Zhong is an outsider, since he is our friend, he should be considered a member of Kikyaromen. He should stay." Seeing this, Han Qingyun was even more certain that there was a problem. He quickly stood up and said loudly, "This won't do. We must make him leave. Didn't we agree that this competition is between the Seven Skills sect and the Heavens Craftsman faction? No outsiders are allowed to come near." Hearing this, Sun Qiao sneered and pointed at the people in the audience. She said angrily, "Since outsiders are not allowed to interfere, then what are these people doing? Aren't they outsiders?" After hearing Sun Qiao's question, An Qingyun waved her hand. "Sect leader Sun, you're wrong. Everyone in front of you is a guest of our Tiangongmen. They were invited by us to come here to observe, and the Tiangongmen welcome them." At this point, Han Qingyun pointed at Zhong Meng and said coldly, "But this person wasn't invited, and the Tiangongmen don't welcome him either. So, I'd like to ask clan leader Sun to order him to leave, so that we don't lose face." When Sun Qiao heard this, she sneered, "You're welcome. If we don't leave, do you think you can get someone to chase him away?" Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun's face immediately turned solemn. For such an important occasion, those who weren't invited will naturally be chased out. If this person doesn't want to leave by himself, then we won't mind chasing him out. When Sun Qiao heard this, she said angrily, "You dare? At most, we won't participate in the competition, so that we don't have to suffer here." Han Qingyun sneered. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the surroundings. He said indifferently, "Today's guests are all important figures from various sects. In front of these people, do you think sect leader Sun can just leave?" Sun Qiao glared at Han Qingyun. "Clan leader Han, what will it take for you to let him stay?" Han Qingyun shook his head. "That's impossible. I won't allow anyone to break the rules. This person came to participate in the competition without being invited. This is clearly breaking the rules. I must chase him out." When Sun Qiao heard this, she said angrily, "Fine then. Today's competition between our Kikyaromen and your Tiangongmen is over. Don't mention it again." After saying this, Sun Qiao turned to leave. "Stop right there." Han Qingyun said angrily, "Clan leader Sun, do you think we're all 3-year-old children? You think you can leave just like that? Let me tell you, if you dare to leave today, don't blame me for being rude." When Sun Qiao heard this, she turned to look at Han Qingyun and sneered, Clan leader Han, if you're going to be rude to me, I'd like to know how you're going to deal with us. When he heard Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun sneered and turned to the crowd with cupped fists. As everyone can see, our Tiangong men are open and above board. We want to compete with Qiqiaro men in a fair and just manner. However, Qiqiaro men wants to do such a thing. I, Han Qingyun, hereby announce that if Qiqiaro men wants to withdraw, then the Tiangong men and Qiqiaro men will be irreconcilable. Please bear witness to this. When Fan Yang of the Medicine King Pavilion saw this, he quickly stood up and said loudly, "Everyone, calm down. We can talk this out." At this point, Fan Yang waved at Han Qingyun and said, "Clan leader Han, please take a seat." Fan Yang then turned to Sun Qiao and said, "Clan leader Sun, please take a seat too. Let's not quarrel over such a small matter. We can all sit down and discuss this. I'm sure we'll be able to come up with a suitable solution." When Fan Yang tried to persuade her, Sun Qiao had no choice but to sit down again. When the two of them sat down, Fan Yang said again, "Both of you have a point. I think we should discuss a solution that will satisfy both sides." When Sun Qiao heard this, she sneered, "What's there to discuss? Prince Zhong must not leave. Otherwise, Qiqiaro men will withdraw from the competition." Seeing Sun Qiao's stubborn attitude, Fan Yang had no choice but to turn to Han Qingyun. Just as he was about to speak, Han Qingyun spoke first. "Brother Fan, I won't agree to this. This person is not from Qiqiaro men. We can't let him stay. Otherwise, it will break the rules of the competition." When he heard their words, Fan Yang smiled helplessly. "The two of you are really something. You're both clan leaders. How can you say such things out of anger? All right, let's both take a step back and state our bottom lines. Let's quickly resolve this matter." Fan Yang paused for a moment before continuing with a smile, "Quickly resolve this matter. Let's quickly settle this matter. We're still waiting to watch this match. Don't you guys agree?" Yun Jianbai looked at Han Qingyun. He didn't understand what was going on. In fact, when two sects were fighting, many people would ask for helpers to help their sects win. Although doing so was somewhat against the rules, everyone tacitly agreed to it, and no one looked into it. However, what Yun Jianbai didn't understand was why Han Qingyun insisted on letting the young man leave. Both sides were competing on the defensive power of their equipment, not their martial arts. Even if Qiqiaro men had one more person present, it wouldn't affect the outcome of the competition. When he thought of this, Yun Jianbai looked at Han Qingyun and said with a smile, "Clan leader Han, this young man is only watching from the side. He shouldn't affect the competition. Why don't we let him stay?" After hearing Yun Jianbai's words, Han Qingyun flatly refused. "Brother Yun, no, absolutely not. The competition is between Qiqiaro men and Tiangong men. No outsiders are allowed to participate." Chapter 357. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Yun Jianbai turned to look at Sun Qiao and asked with a bitter smile, "Leader Sun, Leader Han insists on letting this person leave. What do you think?" This time, before Sun Qiao could reply, Nai Tianhao from the Sky Sword sect spoke up, "Sect Master Sun, you're only asking him to leave. It shouldn't affect your results in the competition, right? Why don't you just ask him to leave?" After hearing their words, Sun Qiao sneered and said resolutely, "No way. Even if I don't participate in the competition today, I won't let Prince Zhong leave." After hearing Sun Qiao's reply, Han Qingyun sneered and said, "Leader Sun, let me tell you. If you dare to leave, you'll lose the competition. According to our previous agreement, Qiqiaro men will disappear from the world." Sun Qiao heard this and said angrily, "You're the ones who didn't keep your word first. We only have one more person. Why can't you let go of this?" Speaking up to this point, Sun Qiao turned her head to look at the judges and said loudly, "Judges, I believe that you have all participated in the competitions of the various sects in the past. Who hasn't asked for help? Why is sect leader Han still clinging on to this point? Isn't he intentionally looking for trouble? If this goes on, how can the competition be fair? Since the Tiangong men broke the rules first, Qiqiaro men can't participate in the competition. There's nothing wrong with that." When she said this, Sun Qiao really didn't want to participate in the competition. When she saw the shining golden equipment, Sun Qiao's heart felt weak. Even if the Tiangongmen only brought out equipment made of deep-sea frosty iron, Sun Qiao wasn't confident that they could win the competition. Moreover, the other party had added precious adamantine to the deep-sea frosty iron, which raised the quality of the equipment to another level. In the face of such equipment, Sun Qiao had basically lost all hope of winning. Although Zhong Meng had already shown her his ancestral skills, no one dared to say how strong it was. Sun Qiao guessed that if the equipment made of deep-sea frosty iron alone could withstand 9 levels of damage, then with the addition of adamantine, it could withstand 10 levels of damage. This kind of terrifying defensive power already made Sun Qiao have a feeling of looking up to it. Although Zhong Meng's performance at that time was able to block a level 6 attack with a normal leather armor, the difference between a level 6 and a level 10 was not small. It was a whole level 4. Sun Qiao found it hard to believe that a single skill from Zhong Meng could improve a piece of equipment by so much. Kikyaromen's equipment for this competition was leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. The wilderness bear's hide wasn't of high quality. Without special crafting, it could only block a level 3 attack. Even with special crafting, it could only block a level 4 attack. There was a gap of 6 levels between level 4 and level 10. Could Zhong Meng's ancestral skill increase the quality of the item by 6 levels? Sun Qiao didn't think it was possible. As a master equipment maker, she knew better than anyone how difficult it was to improve a piece of equipment's defensive power. The most important aspect of a piece of equipment's defensive power was the material itself. If the material's defensive power was 3, then with the addition of a master equipment maker, the equipment's defensive power could reach level 4. If it was made by a super master equipment maker, then the equipment's defensive power could reach level 5. Adamantine's quality could be said to be quite high. Even so, when mixed with deep-sea frosty iron, it could only increase a piece of equipment's defensive power by 1 or 2 levels. This meant that the higher the defensive power of a piece of equipment, the more difficult it was to increase it by 1 level. If the difficulty was 1, then increasing a piece of equipment's defensive power from level 1 to level 2. Then, the difficulty of increasing a piece of equipment from level 9 to level 10 would be 100. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to increase a piece of equipment's defensive power. Wanting to increase a piece of equipment's defensive power to such a frightening degree with just a single skill was simply impossible. At this point, Sun Qiao could only hope that one of the judges would say that there was no need for the competition. Although the possibility of this happening was very low, Sun Qiao felt that it was more likely than having Zhong Meng improve the equipment. It wasn't that Sun Qiao didn't believe in Zhong Meng, but she really didn't expect the Tiangongmen to put in so much effort and use such good materials to participate in this competition. If Sun Qiao's guess was correct, the shiny piece of equipment that the Tiangongmen were going to use for the competition was definitely not lower than level 10. It might even be higher than that. This piece of equipment could be considered a rare piece of equipment. However, although Sun Qiao's idea was good, Han Qingyun wouldn't give her the chance. Looking at Sun Qiao's endless debate, Han Qingyun was even more certain that there was a reason why Kikyaromen dared to use a piece of leather armor made from wilderness hide in the competition. And judging from Sun Qiao's expression, this reason was definitely related to this person. Although Han Qingyun didn't know what the connection was, he didn't want to take the risk. If something unexpected happened, it wouldn't just be a matter of the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen's competition. The reason why Han Qingyun took out such a precious piece of equipment to participate in the competition was because he wanted to win this competition in a crushing manner. His target this time wasn't just Kikyaromen's small sect. He had already taken a liking to the skills of a few small sects. He wanted to use this opportunity to give these small sects a warning and show them how strong the Tiangongmen were. It was wishful thinking for them to go against the Tiangongmen. If he achieved his goal this time, he believed that if he wanted to subdue other small sects in the future, he would be able to achieve his goal very quickly with this kind of power. Therefore, Han Qingyun couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Even if he knew that the equipment he was going to use was much better than the opponent's lousy piece of equipment, he couldn't take the risk. If he failed this time, outsiders would think that the Tiangongmen couldn't even beat a small Kikyaromen. What right did other people have to submit to the Tiangongmen? What right did they have to submit to the Tiangongmen? And among the Tiangongmen, Han Qingyun's reputation would be ruined. Don't forget, among Han Qingyun's fellow disciples, there were still many who were eyeing the position of vice leader. If Han Qingyun failed this time, they would definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble on the streets. They would try to push Han Qingyun down and take the position of vice leader. Therefore, Han Qingyun couldn't let himself fail. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might even be pushed down from the position of vice leader. Of course, Han Qingyun wouldn't do anything that didn't benefit him. If this matter was successful, it would bring him too many benefits. Chapter 358. If this were to succeed, Han Qingyun would reap even more benefits. Han Qingyun's target wasn't just a small Kikyaromen. As long as he could crush Kikyaromen, he could use this momentum to take in even more smaller sects. By then, with the addition of these smaller sects, the strength of the Tiangongmen would increase tremendously. With these achievements, Han Qingyun's position as the vice master would be unshakable. It was also because of these reasons that Pan Qingyun would not allow anything to ruin his plans. Even if it was a small matter, he would not allow any accidents to happen. Seeing that neither of them was willing to back down, the judges were helpless. Fan Yang suddenly spoke up, "Since both Master Han and Master Sun are unwilling to back down, why don't we compromise? What do you think?" At this point, Fan Yang paused for a moment before continuing, "Since Grandmaster Han wishes for this man to leave, we shall allow him to leave then." Hearing Fan Yang's words, Sun Qiao panicked. She was about to defend herself when Fan Yang waved his hand and interrupted her. "Master Sun, don't be hasty. I'm not done yet. Please listen to me first. It won't be too late for you to continue. Since Master Han wants this person to leave, we'll let him leave. Since Master Sun doesn't want this person to leave, why don't we just let him stay?" Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Fan Yang. Sun Qiao asked curiously, "Then what should we do?" Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Fan Yang pointed to the spectators' stand and smiled, "We can let this young master sit on the spectators' stand and watch. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? If this person leaves the arena, it'll be in line with Master Han's wishes. If this person sits on the spectators' stand and doesn't leave the arena, it'll be in line with Master Sun's wishes as well. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Master Han, Master Sun, what do you think of this idea?" After hearing Fan Yang's words, Han Qingyun looked at the spectator stands and then looked at the competition arena. He thought for a while and felt that even if this person wanted to do something, it would be difficult for him to do so at such a distance. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun nodded and said with a smile, "If that's the case, we'll listen to Brother Fan. As long as this person sits in the audience, I have no objections." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang turned to look at Sun Qiao and asked with a smile, "Sect leader Sun, do you agree with this plan?" After hearing Fan Yang's idea, Sun Qiao's gaze had been fixed on the distance between the spectator stand and the competition venue. Her frown deepened. Although the distance between the spectator stands and the arena wasn't far, it was still at least 15 meters. At such a distance, he didn't know if Prince Zhong's ancestral skill could still be used. If Prince Zhong's ancestral skill had a distance limit, would it be effective at a distance of 15 meters? After hearing Fan Yang's question, Sun Qiao didn't know how to answer for a moment. This time, Kikyaromen dared to use this leather armor in the competition mainly because of Zhong Meng. If Zhong Meng couldn't be used, then this competition would become a joke. Seeing Sun Qiao hesitate, Han Qingyun sneered, "Sect leader Sun, what do you mean by this? This sect leader has already taken a step back and allowed your person to sit in the spectator stands. Are you still not satisfied?" At this point, Han Qingyun sneered again, "Sect leader Sun, do you want to cheat in this competition? That's why you can't let this person leave. Am I right? If that's the case, I advise sect leader Sun to surrender obediently. This sect leader will never allow you to cheat." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Yun Zhenbai nodded and advised, "Sect leader Sun, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I think it's better to let this person sit in the spectator stands." Seeing that Sun Qiao was still hesitating, Sky Sword Sect's Nai Tianhao became impatient. He suddenly said loudly, "Sect leader Sun, you're not willing to let this person leave. Are you really thinking of cheating? After hearing Nai Tianhao's accusation, Sun Qiao was stunned. She turned to look at her equipment and suddenly gritted her teeth. She said loudly, "All right then, I agree. However, I have a request. Prince Zhong must sit in the front of the spectator stands. Otherwise, I won't agree." Han Qingyun didn't care about Sun Qiao's condition. If the other party could cheat from such a distance, then Han Qingyun would accept it. Han Qingyun believed that if the other party wanted to cheat from such a distance, even if he was blind, he would definitely be able to see it clearly. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun nodded and turned to look at Fan Yang. He said with a smile, "Since sect leader Sun has agreed, then let this person leave. The competition can continue as normal." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Fan Yang nodded in satisfaction. He then shouted at Zhong Meng, who was in the arena. Since this young master isn't from Kikyaromen, he can't participate in the competition. After the judges' discussion, everyone has decided to let this young master sit in the spectator stands. Please let this young master leave as soon as possible so that the competition can continue. After hearing Fan Yang's shout, Leng Yelio, who originally had a relaxed expression, suddenly changed. She hurriedly turned to Sun Qiao and said loudly, "Mother, no, we can't let Zhong Dage leave." After hearing her daughter's words, Sun Qiao could only smile bitterly and shake her head. When Zhong Meng saw this, he nonchalantly patted Leng Yelio and said with a smile, "It's okay. I can't help much anyway. It's the same for me to sit in the spectator stands and watch." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yelio suddenly became anxious. She hurriedly said, "But, if you leave, I should." Before Leng Yelio could finish his anxious words, Zhong Meng waved his hand and interrupted Leng Yelio. Zhong Meng winked at Leng Yelio and said with a smile, "Don't worry. You will win this competition. I will be watching from the spectator stands. You don't have to worry." When Leng Yelio heard this, she reluctantly nodded. "Okay then. You have to watch closely. Don't be careless." After saying this, Leng Yelio suddenly moved closer to Zhong Meng's ear and said with a smile, "Let me tell you, you can't let me lose. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed in front of so many people." After hearing Leng Yelio's whisper, Zhong Meng suddenly laughed out loud. Then, he said in a low voice, "Actually, I also want to see you embarrassed." After saying this, before Leng Yelio could get angry, Zhong Meng quickly turned around and left. Because of Fan Yang's instructions, the front row of the spectator stands had already been emptied for Zhong Meng. After arriving in front of the empty seat, Zhong Meng sat down and looked up at the arena. Because both sides had reached a consensus, the competition could continue. The competition officially began. Chapter 359. The competition had officially begun. On both sides of the competition table, there was a human-shaped rack. Han Yuchao instructed the Tiangongmen's disciples to put their equipment on the human-shaped rack. Then, he looked at Cold Night Willow. On Cold Night Willow's side, since Zhong Meng had left the stage, another Kikyaromen's disciple took his place. The disciple of the seven Qiao Qiao also placed the leather armor he was preparing for the competition on the rack. Both sides finished their preparations. For the sake of fairness, there was only one row of equipment to be tested. This meant that both sides would use the same sword to test their opponent's equipment. As the organizers, the Tiangongmen naturally had to test their equipment first. Han Yuchao turned around and nodded to the Tiangongmen's disciple beside him. The Tiangongmen's disciple nodded. He took the first sword from left to right and went to Kikyaromen's equipment. The Tiangongmen's disciple took a look and immediately slashed at the leather armor. Then, he retracted his sword and shouted loudly, "Level 1 test complete." The test for both sides was simple and direct. The disciples from both sides would pick up their swords and slash at their opponent's equipment. The first one whose equipment couldn't withstand the attack would lose. Just like that, the disciples from both sides started to increase their swords level by level. Very quickly, the test reached level 4. Seeing that Kikyaromen's leather armor had already withstood a level 4 attack, Han Qingyun clapped his hands and turned to look at Sun Qiao with a smile. "Kikyaromen is indeed extraordinary. I didn't think that a wild bear's skin could withstand a level 4 attack." That's quite rare. After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao only nodded her head. Although the wilderness bear's skin could only withstand a rank 4 attack, after my own special crafting, Sun Qiao believed that it could withstand a rank 5 attack. Just as Sun Qiao guessed, both sides' equipment withstood a level 5 attack without any damage. Seeing the Tiangongmen's disciple walk towards the leather armor with a level 6 sword, Sun Qiao subconsciously glanced at Zhong Meng, who was sitting in the audience. She couldn't help but pray that Zhong Meng's ancestral skill could be used from such a distance. But after watching for a while, Sun Qiao felt her heart sink. Zhong Meng, who was sitting in the audience, didn't make complicated gestures like he did in Kikyaromen. He just sat there quietly. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiao's forehead began to exude fine beads of sweat. Didn't that mean that Zhong Gongzi couldn't use his skills at such a distance? If Prince Zhong couldn't use his ancestral skill, Sun Qiao believed that the leather armor that she had personally made wouldn't be able to withstand a level 6 attack. The Tiangongmen's disciple stood in front of Kikyaromen's leather armor with a level 6 sword and fiercely slashed it down. At this moment, as the sword slashed down on the leather armor, Sun Qiao's heart suddenly jumped, and she stared at the leather armor without blinking. In the blink of an eye, the Tiangongmen's disciple who had tested the leather armor withdrew his sword. Sun Qiao hurriedly looked at the area where the sword had slashed and was immediately overjoyed. Unharmed. Seeing this result, Sun Qiao let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing Sun Qiao's expression, Han Qingyun was a little confused. As a master of equipment crafting, although he didn't craft leather armor, it didn't mean that he didn't know anything about leather armor. He naturally knew what level of attack a wild bear's skin could withstand. According to his guess, Kikyaromen's leather armor could at most withstand a level 5 attack, and definitely not a level 6 attack. However, the reality was right in front of him. After being slashed by a level 6 sword, Kikyaromen's leather armor was still completely unharmed. Seeing this, Han Qingyun felt that he had made the right decision. To be able to make a wild bear's skin armor withstand a level 6 attack, just the craftsmanship alone was definitely a treasure. If Kikyaromen joined the Tiangongmen, this craftsmanship would become the Tiangongmen's craftsmanship. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun turned to look at Sun Qiao and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Master Sun to be so amazing, to be able to increase the defense of the wild bear's skin by so much. How rare. After joining the Tiangongmen, please don't be stingy, Master Sun." Ha ha. Kikyaromen's leather armor could withstand a level 6 attack, and the Tiangongmen's equipment could easily see through a level 6 attack. Since both sides' equipment could withstand a level 6 attack, then it was time to test the level 7 attack. Seeing his disciple pick up a level 7 sword, Han Qingyun turned to look at Sun Qiao again and said with a smile, "Master Sun, I wonder if the equipment you made can withstand a level 7 attack?" Hearing Han Qingyun's question, Sun Qiao said calmly, "Please wait and see, Master Han. After the test, you will know." Hearing this, Han Qingyun laughed out loud. A leather armor that could withstand a level 6 attack was already considered a top-quality item. If it could withstand a level 7 attack, then it would be a miracle. The wild bear's skin was not of high quality, and from Han Qingyun's point of view, being able to withstand a level 6 attack was already the limit. If he wanted to withstand a level 7 attack, Han Qingyun could only laugh to express his thoughts. The Tiangongmen's disciple held a level 7 sword in his hand and used all his strength to chop at the leather armor on the shelf. When the disciple retracted his sword, the smile on Han Qingyun's face suddenly froze. Unscathed. Kikyaromen's leather armor could withstand a level 7 attack. At this moment, Han Qingyun's heart was in turmoil. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this leather armor could actually withstand a level 7 attack. Even if it was made of metal, the materials used to withstand a level 7 attack were definitely not ordinary. But he never thought that Kikyaromen's leather armor, which was made of wild bear's skin, could withstand a level 7 attack. At this moment, Han Qingyun was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone stared at the leather armor with their mouths agape. As the third disciple of the swordsmith sect, although Yun Zhenbai did not know how to make leather armor, as a swordsmith master, he still understood the importance of materials. In order to make a good sword, one must have good materials. No matter how high the level of the swordsmith, Without good materials, even a swordsmith master would not be able to make a good sword. What was a wild bear? As long as one was a citizen of the Anwu country, one would probably know. What was the quality of a wild bear's skin? Although many people did not know, Yun Zhenbai was quite clear. He never thought that a leather armor made of wild bear's skin could withstand a level 7 attack. This was simply beyond his imagination. Looking at the unscathed leather armor on the shelf, Yun Zhenbai had the urge to go up and take a closer look. He wanted to see what the reason was. Chapter 360. Yun Zhenbai wanted to know why Kikyaromen's leather armor had such strong defense. It was beyond his imagination. Looking at the leather armor on the shelf, Han Qingyun took a deep breath, then turned to Sun Qiao and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Kikyaromen to be able to make such a piece of equipment." What a surprise! Among all of them, the one who was the least surprised was Sun Qiao. Zhong Meng had already performed for him before. He could make the most ordinary leather armor withstand a level 6 attack. Furthermore, this leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear was much stronger in terms of defense than the normal leather armor. It was no surprise that it could withstand a level 7 attack. In Sun Qiao's mind, this leather armor should be able to withstand a level 8 attack based on her previous estimates. Don't forget that Prince Zhong didn't use all of his ancestral skill the first time he performed it. This time was different. Sun Qiao believed that Prince Zhong must have used all of his strength to perform this ancestral skill. Sun Qiao guessed that if he was lucky, it should be able to withstand a level 9 attack. Although the judges were shocked, as long as there was no winner, the competition had to continue. The goal of this competition between the Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen was not to be a friendly match, but to determine the winner. The Tiangongmen's disciple took the level 8 sword from the weapon rack and walked towards Kikyaromen's leather armor. There was complete silence in the hall. Everyone was staring at the leather armor without blinking. Finally, the Tiangongmen's disciple walked up to Kikyaromen's leather armor. He took a deep breath and swung the sword in his hand. It struck Kikyaromen's leather armor with lightning speed. As the Tiangongmen's disciple put away the sword in his hand, there was a sudden burst of cheers from the audience. Han Qingyun, who had always been as calm as a mountain, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He stared at Kikyaromen's leather armor, trying to find traces of it being cut. Unfortunately, this leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear was still completely unscathed after a level 8 attack. Seeing this scene, Yun Zhenbai couldn't hold it in any longer. He suddenly turned his head to look at Sun Qiao and quickly asked, "Sect leader Sun, how did you do it? You actually made a leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear withstand a level 8 attack?" It was within Sun Qiao's expectations that this leather armor could withstand a level 8 attack. After hearing Yun Zhenbai's question, Sun Qiao replied indifferently, "I'm sorry, but this is a secret of our sect. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you." After asking that question, Yun Zhenbai actually regretted it. His question was undoubtedly probing into the secrets of other sects, which was a very immoral thing to do. After hearing Sun Qiao's answer, Yun Zhenbai awkwardly turned his head and looked back at the leather armor. He kept thinking about how Kikyaromen had done it. Looking at the leather armor that could withstand a level 8 attack, even Nai Tianhao of the Sky Sword sect was a little tempted. As an expert swordsman, he naturally understood the importance of agility. Although the Sky Secret sect's equipment had very high defense, it was still made of metal and had certain limitations. This leather armor was different. It was soft and definitely wouldn't affect his agility if he wore it. Most importantly, this leather armor could actually withstand a level 8 attack, which made Nai Tianhao even more tempted. If he wore this leather armor under his long gown, then he would have a certain degree of safety. However, this time, Nai Tianhao was someone invited by the Tiangongmen. If he asked for it now, he was afraid that he would immediately offend the Tiangongmen. Nai Tianhao pondered for a moment. After the competition was over, he decided to privately discuss this matter with the 7 Possibilities sect. The competition continued. The Tiangongmen's equipment could withstand a level 8 attack, which was within everyone's expectations. Everyone in the martial arts world knew about the strength of the deep-sea frosty iron. Being able to withstand a level 8 attack was also within expectations. Moreover, it was mixed with adamantine. It would be strange if it couldn't withstand a level 8 attack. The Tiangongmen's disciple took out his level 9 weapon and slowly walked to Kikyomen's leather armor. He took a deep breath and suddenly roared. His entire body leaped high into the air, and with a somersault in the air, he used the momentum to strike the leather armor with his saber. This leap was not to be underestimated. When a person leaped into the air and struck down from the air, their strength would be doubled. In addition to the somersault in the air, the strength of the saber in his hand increased by a few degrees. This saber strike was already his peak saber strike. The saber landed heavily on the leather armor. Even the frame supporting the leather armor couldn't withstand the force of the strike and shook with the force of the saber. The Tiangongmen's disciple quickly sheathed his saber and retreated to the side. However, the arena was silent. After a while, a low voice came from the audience. "Am I seeing things? There's no mark on the leather armor." When the people in the audience heard this voice, they suddenly reacted and started to shout excitedly. "That's incredible. Am I seeing things? It can withstand a level 9 attack." The cheers from the audience also woke Han Qingyun up. Han Qingyun retracted his gaze from the leather armor and turned to look at Sun Qiaowa. He saw that Sun Qiaowa was calm and didn't seem surprised at all. Han Qingyun was confused. Could it be that Sun Qiaowa already knew that this leather armor could withstand a level 9 attack? When he thought of this, Han Qingyun's heart was filled with shock. To be able to make such a powerful leather armor, there was probably no one else in the Anwu kingdom who could do so. He didn't expect that the Kikyomen that he had always looked down on would be able to make such a strong piece of equipment. However, although Han Qingyun was only slightly surprised that Kikyomen's equipment could withstand a level 9 attack, he was secretly happy. He didn't expect that the equipment he made with deep-sea cold iron would lose to Kikyomen's leather armor. If he could get his hands on Kikyomen's technology, the Tiangongmen would be like a tiger that had grown wings. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if the Tiangongmen could get their hands on Kikyomen's technology, no one would be a match for the Tiangongmen in the equipment-making industry. Thinking about how the Tiangongmen would become famous in the future, all thanks to him taking over Kikyomen. This kind of achievement would definitely be remembered by all the Tiangongmen. He might even have a chance to become the sect leader of the Tiangongmen. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun's face flushed red. He looked at Sun Qiaowa and smiled. "Well done, sect leader Sunday. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise." At this point, Han Qingyun calmed his agitated heart and slowly said, "That's right. I hope sect leader Sun will join our sect." Chapter 361. Han Qingyun said with a smile, "I hope that after Master Sun joins our sect, you can submit this technology as soon as possible so that our sect can flourish. When the time comes, I won't forget about Master Sun's benefits." Ha ha. Hearing Han Qingyun's laughter, Sun Qiaowa felt disgusted. She naturally understood what Han Qingyun meant. Even if her leather armor could withstand a level 9 attack, in Han Qingyun's eyes, there was no way they could win this competition. The Tiangongmen's equipment was made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine. Naturally, its defense was extremely strong. It would be impossible for a leather armor to defeat this equipment. To be honest, this leather armor could withstand a level 9 attack. This was already Sun Qiaowa's highest expectation. In Sun Qiaowa's mind, Prince Zhong should be able to withstand a level 9 attack. Looking at the Tiangongmen's shiny equipment, Sun Qiaowa couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This piece of equipment would probably be able to withstand a level 10 attack without any problems, or even higher. Her own leather armor could withstand a level 9 attack, which was already beyond Sun Qiaowa's expectations. To withstand a level 10 attack, in Sun Qiaowa's eyes, it was still a little difficult. Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiaowa groaned inwardly. If they really lost this time, according to the rules of the competition, they would have to join the Tiangongmen. In the face of the rules, they couldn't change anything. If they didn't follow the rules, the Tiangongmen wouldn't let them go, not to mention others. Even if the Tiangongmen didn't pursue the matter, Kikyomen wouldn't be able to establish itself in the martial arts world anymore. Who would believe a sect that didn't keep its promises? When they signed the competition contract, Sun Qiao felt that the competition would be between level 8 and level 9, and that it wouldn't exceed that. She never expected the Tiangongmen to use deep-sea cold iron as a raw material to participate in this competition. What was even more hateful was that they even added adamantine, an even rarer metal, to make the defense of this equipment even stronger. The Tiangongmen didn't have a chance to win, and after using such a rare material, they had even less of a chance to win. Sun Qiao signed the contract not because she didn't think of this possibility, but because she didn't think the Tiangongmen would do this. Deep-sea cold iron could only be made once and couldn't be recycled. In other words, no matter what equipment it was made of, it was impossible to reuse it. Although the Heavens Craftsman Gate had a large business, items like deep-sea frigid iron were rare to begin with. Even the Heavens Craftsman Gate didn't have a lot of deep-sea frigid iron stored. They might even only have enough to make 2 pieces of equipment. It would be a pity if they wasted half of such a waste of such a small amount of the Tiangongmen. If they were to make a piece of equipment could make it a piece of equipment could be a piece could be sold as long as the price would be expensive could be sold a lot. It was because of these reasons that Sun Qiao didn't believe that the Heavens Craftsman faction would use the extremely precious deep-sea frost iron as a raw material for this competition just to deal with a mere 7 skills sect. To be honest, even when An Hongyu said that the Tiangongmen would use deep-sea cold iron to make equipment, Sun Qiao didn't really believe it. After all, if the Tiangongmen really did that, they would have to pay a huge price. It wasn't worth it for a small Kikyaromen. Unfortunately, Sun Qiao was wrong. The Tiangongmen really did do that. Seeing the Tiangongmen's disciple pick up the level 10 sword, Nai Tianhao had the urge to stop him. It would be a pity if such a good piece of leather armor was destroyed by a level 10 sword. However, logic told him that he couldn't do that. When the people of the Heavens Craftsman sect arrived in front of the 7 skills sect's leather armor, the clamor in the field quickly died down. Everyone was staring at the scene closely. A piece of leather armor was going to withstand a level 10 sword attack. Finally, the Tiangongmen's disciple slowly raised his sword. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they watched the sword. They wanted to see if the Kikyaromen's leather armor could withstand a level 10 sword attack. The disciple of the Heavens Craftsman sect took a deep breath. As he exhaled, the joints on his body started to make cracking sounds. This time, the Tiangongmen's disciple didn't jump up, but everyone could see that the strength of his sword was stronger than before. Sure enough, the moment the Tiangongmen's disciple swung his sword, his arm suddenly expanded. The sword in his hand cut through the air and landed on the leather armor like a bolt of lightning. This time, the force of the chop was too strong. Even the frame holding the leather armor made a cracking sound, as if it was about to break. As the Tiangongmen's disciple withdrew his sword, the crowd erupted into cheers in the blink of an eye. As the cheers grew louder and louder, Nai Tianhao could no longer hold it in. He stood up abruptly and cupped his fist at Sun Qiao. "Leader Sun, can you sell this piece of equipment to me? As long as you agree, we can negotiate the price." Sun Qiao only snapped out of her shock when she heard Nai Tianhao's voice. She turned to look at Nai Tianhao and only reacted after a long while. "I'm really sorry. This competition isn't over yet. Let's talk about it in the future." Hearing this, Nai Tianhao shook his head. "Sect leader Sun, I was too rash. After the competition is over, I hope that sect leader Sun can give me a chance to craft a piece of equipment of this level." Sun Qiao nodded slowly. "No problem. We'll talk about it after the competition." Yun Jianbai was even more shocked when he saw that Kikyaromen's leather armor could withstand a level 10 attack. What did it mean for a swordsmith master to be able to withstand a level 10 equipment? What did it mean for a piece of leather armor to be able to withstand a level 10 weapons attack? Even the swordsmith sect didn't have many level 10 weapons. If Kikyaromen's leather armor was easy to make, how could the swordsmith sect survive in the future? In the future, if the weapons sold by the swordsmith sect couldn't even cut through leather armor, who would spend a lot of money to buy a good weapon? Yun Jianbai couldn't help but worry. At this point, Han Qingyun was no longer as confident as before. He was only thinking about what would happen if he won, but he didn't think about what would happen if he lost. If he lost, the cauldron of heaven and earth would be handed over to someone else. The cauldron of heaven and earth was a treasure. It wasn't used to refine normal metals, but to refine rare materials. Although there were other items that could be used to refine rare materials, none of them were as useful as the cauldron of heaven and earth. The cauldron of heaven and earth was the treasure of the sect. Chapter 362. The cauldron of heaven and earth wasn't just used for melting rare materials. It could also fuse 2 or even 3 rare materials together. That was its true purpose. If he were to give up the cauldron of heaven and earth just because he lost this competition, he would lose his position as vice faction leader. Cold sweat broke out on Han Qingyun's forehead as he thought of this. According to the level of his equipment, it could withstand a level 12 attack. In Han Qingyun's opinion, such a strong defense was more than enough. However, his opponent was using a leather pouch made from the skin of a wild bear to withstand a level 10 attack. Logically speaking, no matter how good the craftsmanship was, the quality of the wild bear should have been lower than a level 8 attack. However, it had withstood a level 10 attack and was still unscathed. It didn't look damaged at all. Han Qingyun turned to look at Sun Qiao and asked, "Faction leader Sun, what's the highest level of attack that your leather pouch can withstand?" When Sun Qiao heard this, she smiled faintly. "Sect leader Han, won't you know if you continue watching? Why do you have to ask?" The competition continued. The Tiangongmen disciple was about to pick up a saber when he realized that the sabers on the rack had already been used. The reason why there were only 10 sabers on the rack was because Han Qingyun thought that it would be easy to defeat the Kikyaromen within level 10. Hence, he didn't prepare any higher level sabers. In fact, there were only 5 sabers left. Testing here could only be done up to level 15. Looking at the stunned Tiangongmen disciple, Han Yuchao, who was standing in the arena, suddenly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get your sabers." Seeing Han Yuchao's ashen face, the Heaven's Craftsman faction's disciple hurriedly responded and ran out of the field as fast as he could. It didn't take long for this disciple of the Heaven's Craftsman sect to return to the competition field with several people. After these people hung their sabers, the Tiangongmen disciple in charge of testing was about to pick up his saber when he was stopped by Han Yuchao. Han Yuchao whispered a few words into the disciple's ear. The disciple nodded and quickly ran out of the field. After a while, Shen Fei walked in from outside the field. Nai Tianhao's eyes narrowed when he saw Shen Fei enter the arena. Shen Fei was his disciple, so he naturally knew who he was. When Nai Tianhao saw Shen Fei, he turned to look at Han Qingyun and asked curiously, "Sect Master Han, why did you change your leader?" When Han Qingyun saw this scene, he naturally knew why Han Yuchao wanted to change people. In the Heavenly Sword sect, the sect master was an 8th generation disciple, Nai Tianhao was a 9th generation disciple, and Shen Fei was a 10th generation disciple. Although Shen Fei's martial arts were not as good as the 9th generation disciples, but among the 10th generation disciples, he could be considered one of the top disciples. If Shen Fei were to attack, he would have a greater chance of destroying Kikyaromen's wallet. When he heard Nai Tianhao's question, Han Qingyun quickly cupped his hands and said, "I've long heard that Brother Nai's disciple is highly skilled in martial arts, but I've never seen him in person. Today, I hope you won't mind letting us witness it for ourselves." When Nai Tianhao heard this, he hesitated for a moment. He subconsciously glanced at Sun Qiao and said slowly, "This isn't very appropriate." Shen Fei was his disciple, so he naturally knew Shen Fei's strength. If Shen Fei were to attack, he was afraid that the difficulty of Kikyaromen would increase by 1 level. When she heard the conversation between Nai Tianhao and Han Qingyun, Sun Qiao's expression changed. She could already tell that the young man who had just arrived at the arena was Nai Tianhao's disciple. Who was Nai Tianhao? Sun Qiao naturally knew very well. The 5th disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect had unfathomable skills, and the disciples he taught were definitely not ordinary in martial arts. The fact that this leather armor could withstand a level 10 attack was already beyond her expectations. If Nai Tianhao's disciple had attacked, Sun Qiao felt that her leather armor might not have been able to withstand his attack. When she thought of this, Sun Qiao was about to reject him, but she suddenly had a thought. Her leather armor had already withstood a level 10 attack, so it was probably at its limit. Sun Xiao guessed that no matter how powerful Zhong Meng's family's ultimate technique was, it would definitely not be able to withstand a level 11 attack. Since it couldn't withstand the attack, then she would let Nai Tianhao's disciple do it. When the time came, even if her leather armor couldn't withstand the attack, she would still have an excuse to refuse. When she thought of this, Sun Xiao pretended to be angry and looked at Han Qingyun. She said loudly, "Sect leader Han, you're not following the rules. You clearly said that only the people from Qiqiaomen and the Tiangongmen could fight. But now, you want the people from the Heavenly Sword sect to fight. What kind of logic is this?" After hearing Sun Xiao's words, Han Qingyun's face turned slightly red. He then smiled and said, "Sect leader Sun, you've misunderstood. Although this is Brother Nai's disciple, he has temporarily joined the Tiangongmen. He can be considered a disciple of the Tiangongmen. Letting him fight this time isn't considered breaking the rules." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Xiao turned to look at Nai Tianhao and sneered, "Hero Nai, is that so? Your disciple has now become a member of the Tiangongmen?" After hearing Sun Xiao's words, Nai Tianhao suddenly felt embarrassed. He turned to look at Han Qingyun. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Han Qingyun giving him a look. When Nai Tianhao saw this, he could only sigh inwardly. He then turned to look at Sun Xiao and said with a smile, "Sect leader Sun, although Shen Fei is my disciple, he can be considered a member of the Tiangongmen. He can be considered a member of the Tiangongmen." When Sun Xiao heard this, she turned to look at Han Qingyun again. She sneered and asked, "Sect leader Han, is that true? Shen Fei can be considered a member of the Tiangongmen because he has a relationship with you?" When Han Qingyun heard this, he quickly nodded and answered, "Sect leader Sun, that's true. Brother Nai is right. Shen Fei does have a relationship with me. He can be considered a member of the Tiangongmen." After hearing Han Qingyun's explanation, Sun Xiao nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll believe you this time." At this point, Sun Xiao paused for a moment, then continued with a cold smile, "However, if I find out in the future that Shen Fei isn't actually a member of the Tiangongmen, don't blame me for not recognizing this competition." After hearing Sun Xiao's words, Han Qingyun couldn't help but frown. He muttered to himself in his heart. He felt that Sun Xiao couldn't find any loopholes in his words, so he said with a smile, "Don't worry, sect leader Sunday Shen Fei is definitely a member of the Tiangongmen. There's no mistake about that." After hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Xiao was secretly delighted. She hurriedly turned to look at Fan Yang and said with a smile, "Sect leader Han Qingyun heard Fan Yang's words. Master Fan, you heard what Sect Master Han and Master Nai said just now. If there's anything wrong with what you said, then don't blame me, Sun Xiao, for not acknowledging this match." Chapter 363. After hearing Sun Xiao's words, Fan Yang turned to look at Han Qingyun and slowly nodded. "Well said. Since no one has any objections, I have nothing to say." Hearing Fan Yang's answer, Sun Xiao nodded in satisfaction. She turned to Yun Zhenbai and asked with a smile, "Master Yun, do you have any objections to what I said just now?" Yun Zhenbai shook his head. "This competition is between Qiqiaomen and Tiangongmen. As long as no one has any objections, I have nothing to say." After hearing their answers, Sun Xiao returned to her seat. This time, it was Shen Fei's turn to test for the Tiangongmen. Seeing Shen Fei go up, Han Yuchao sneered in his heart. Han Yuchao was very clear about Shen Fei's strength. If Shen Fei were to test, the difficulty of Qiqiaomen would increase by 1 level. Shen Fei already knew the rules of the test. He slowly walked to the weapon rack and picked up the 11th saber. Seeing Shen Fei walk to the leather armor, Leng Yelio suddenly stood in front of him and said loudly, "No, you're not Tiangongmen. You can't be the one to test." Shen Fei was not willing to come. Seeing Leng Yelio standing in front of him, he quickly turned to look at Han Yuchao to see what he meant. Seeing this, Han Yuchao quickly walked to the two and said loudly, "Sister Liu, what are you doing?" Leng Yelio said coldly, "He's not Tiangongmen. He can't be the one to test." Hearing this, Han Yuchao sneered. "Didn't you hear what the judges said just now? Since the judges have agreed, why are you still standing here?" Saying this, Han Yuchao suddenly laughed. "Are you afraid?" Hearing this, Leng Yelio was furious. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Sun Qiao's voice. Lil Liu, step back and let them test. Hearing his mother's words, Leng Yelio could not help but grit his teeth and stomp his feet. Only then did he snort and step aside. Seeing that no one was ruining the competition this time, Han Yuchao patted Shen Fei's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Whether or not the Tiangongmen can win the competition depends on you." After listening to Han Yuchao's words, Shen Fei nodded. "Don't worry, I will do my best." Hearing Shen Fei's words, Han Yuchao nodded in satisfaction. Shen Fei slowly walked to Kikyarumen's leather armor and began to carefully examine it. Even though he didn't come to the arena, he could still see what was happening from afar. A piece of armor made from the hide of a wild bear could actually block a 10th rank attack. That was simply unbelievable. Shen Fei wanted to take a closer look to see what was so different about this leather armor that it could actually withstand a level 10 attack. But no matter how many times Shen Fei looked at it, he couldn't see any difference between it and ordinary leather armor. Shen Fei gripped the hilt of the testing knife and stared at the leather armor. He then turned to look at Han Yuchao. Seeing this, Han Yuchao immediately shouted, "Begin the test immediately." After hearing Han Yuchao's words, Shen Fei didn't dare to delay. He raised his hand that was gripping the hilt of the knife and slowly raised it above his head. Then, with a low growl, the long knife above Shen Fei's head immediately emitted a bright light that shone in the air. The light of the knife flashed in the air. Finally, the dazzling light gathered on the leather armor on the rack and disappeared without a trace. Everyone only saw the flash of light, and only the knife was left to cut the leather armor. This knife was very fast and very powerful. With Shen Fei's strength, the power of this knife was definitely much stronger than that of the previous disciple. However, such a fierce knife strike on the rack didn't even cause the armor to shake. This was because all the power of this knife had been gathered at the tip of the knife. Not a single bit of it was wasted. Shen Fei's knife strike didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation. The knife paused for a moment on the leather armor before he immediately withdrew it. The light emitted by the knife blocked everyone's vision. Even the result of Shen Fei's knife strike couldn't be seen. After Shen Fei withdrew his knife, Leng Yelio, who was standing closest to the leather armor, suddenly screamed. "Success, we succeeded. It really withstood a level 11 attack. Wow, that's amazing." Hearing Leng Yelio's cry, the field was still silent. No one spoke. At this moment, no one could believe their eyes. Such a fierce knife strike was actually blocked by a piece of leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear. Leng Yelio's cheers echoed in Han Qingyun's ears. Hearing this, he woke up from his shock. At the same time, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, Han Qingyun's heart suddenly jumped. After such a long time, he finally understood that there was a possibility that he would fail. Thinking of the consequences if he failed, Han Qingyun only felt more and more cold sweat on his forehead. He looked at the leather armor in disbelief. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how a piece of leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear could block a level 11 attack. Moreover, the Sky Sword sect's elite disciple, Shen Fei, was also blocked by this piece of leather armor. Han Qingyun turned his head with difficulty and looked at Sun Qiao beside him. He said word by word, "Sect Master Sun, you cheated." Sun Qiao, who was already dumbfounded, smiled faintly when she heard Han Qingyun's words. "Sect Master Han, then tell me, how did I cheat?" Han Qingyun wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and pointed at the leather armor on the stage. "If you didn't cheat, how could that lousy leather armor of yours withstand a level 11 attack?" "I don't believe it." "You must have cheated," he said angrily. Hearing Han Qingyun's accusation, Sun Qiao slammed the table and said angrily, "Sect Master Han, who is cheating? In order to win this match, you didn't hesitate to let an expert from the Sky Sword sect enter the field. Tell me, is this a violation of the rules? Is this cheating?" After hearing Sun Qiao's answer, Han Qingyun looked at the leather armor and was stunned for a long time. Then, he suddenly slammed the table and said with gritted teeth, "Sect Master Sun, don't be too happy. We're still tied. You haven't won yet." Seeing that Kikyarumen's leather armor could actually block Shen Fei's attack, Nai Tianhao felt a little regretful. He regretted agreeing to let Shen Fei take the test. Thinking of this, Nai Tianhao secretly turned his head to look at Sun Qiaoer, wanting to see if she was displeased. At this point, Nai Tianhao really didn't want to offend Kikyaromen. He had originally thought that a small Kikyaromen was like a small workshop without any ability. If the Tiangongmen wanted to defeat them, it would be a piece of cake. But he didn't expect things to develop to this point. Kikyaromen's leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear could actually block a level 11 attack. Chapter 364. If Nai Tianhao hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a thing even if he was beaten to death. It was beyond Nai Tianhao's imagination that a small company like Kikyaromen could create such a heaven-defying piece of equipment. At this point, the competition was no longer important. Even if Kikyaromen lost the competition, they would become even more famous. Everyone knew the quality of a wild bear's skin. To be able to make a piece of leather armor out of a wild bear's skin with such heaven-defying defensive power, even if Kikyaromen lost, it would still be a glorious defeat. Don't forget that the Tiangongmen's equipment for this competition was made of deep-sea frost iron and adamantine. It wasn't strange for equipment made of such materials to have a high defensive power, because deep-sea frost iron and adamantine were of the highest quality. It wasn't surprising that equipment with such a high defensive power could be made. However, to use a normal wild bear's skin to make a piece of equipment that could withstand a level 11 attack was unexpected. Nai Tianhao couldn't sit still anymore. He wanted to hurry back and report this to his master. Nai Tianhao turned to look at Yun Zhenbai, who was beside him, and saw that Yun Zhenbai was also shocked. Indeed, Yun Zhenbai was extremely shocked. His thoughts were different from Nai Tianhao's. Nai Tianhao thought that after wearing this piece of equipment, its defensive power would be very strong and it would be safer. However, that wasn't what Yun Zhenbai was thinking. He was thinking if this kind of technology could be added to the forging of swords. If it was possible, it would definitely bring about an earth-shattering change. It wasn't easy to make a level 11 weapon. It required relatively good materials and excellent crafting skills to make a level 11 weapon. If Kikyaromen's technology was used to forge swords, would it be possible to use ordinary iron to make a level 11 weapon? If it was possible, the results would definitely be unimaginable for Yun Zhenbai. Among the judges, the one who was the most shocked was Sun Qiaoer herself. Sun Qiaoer didn't expect this leather pouch to be able to withstand a level 11 attack. According to her initial guess, being able to block a level 10 attack was already beyond her expectations. It was for this reason that she allowed Shen Fei to test the leather armor. Now, Sun Qiaoer was a little regretful. According to Sun Qiaoer's estimation, Shen Fei's attack just now was so strong that even if it did not reach level 12, it was not far from it. According to Sun Qiaoer's guess, the Tiangongmen's equipment could at most withstand a level 12 attack. Since the opponent's equipment could only block attacks up to LVL 12, under normal circumstances, he might even be able to fight the opponent to a draw with his equipment. Thinking of this, Sun Qiaoer's intestines turned green with regret. If she had known this would happen, she would never have allowed Shen Fei to enter the arena if this leather armor could withstand Shen Fei's all-out attack. When Shen Fei made his move, Sun Qiaoer could already tell that this was definitely not his full-strength attack. If he used his full strength later, she would be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Sun Qiaoer stood up abruptly and said loudly to Fan Yang, who was beside her, "Master Fan, I don't think we should let Shen Fei fight anymore. This is unfair. I hope the Tiangongmen can be replaced." Hearing Sun Qiaoer's words, Fan Yang was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to look at Han Qingyun and asked tentatively, "Sect Master Han, you see," hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun didn't wait for him to finish and immediately waved his hand to interrupt him. "Brother Fan, you don't have to say any more. I understand what you mean. Okay, I won't let Shen Fei fight anymore." Originally, Fan Yang was worried that Han Qingyun wouldn't agree. He didn't expect Han Qingyun to agree so easily. Fan Yang quickly smiled and said, "Sect Master Han is indeed a reasonable person. I admire you." While talking to Han Qingyun, Fan Yang turned to look at Sun Qiaoer and said with a smile, "Sect Master Sun, you heard what Sect Master Han said just now. For the sake of fairness, he won't let Shen Fei fight anymore." Of course, Sun Qiao heard Han Qingyun's words clearly. She also didn't expect Han Qingyun to agree so easily. Thinking that they could have a fair fight, Sun Qiao's confidence suddenly increased. "Thank you, Sect Master Han, for being so understanding." Han Qingyun waved his hand to a Tiangongmen disciple beside him and asked him to come over. When the disciple came over, Han Qingyun whispered a few words in his ear and the disciple hurriedly ran away. Hearing that he could leave, Shun Fei let out a long sigh of relief. This was a matter of the Tiangongmen. To be honest, he didn't want to interfere, but he had no choice but to do so. Letting him leave at this moment was exactly what he wanted. Without further ado, he saluted Han Yuchao with his fists and turned to leave the competition area. Logically speaking, after Shun Fei withdrew, that disciple of the Heaven's Craftsman sect who had just taken the test should go on stage. However, after a while, that disciple still didn't go on stage. Seeing this, Fan Yang turned to look at Han Qingyun and asked with a smile, "Sect Master Han, please let the Tiangongmen disciple go up so that we can continue the competition." Hearing Fan Yang's question, Han Qingyun shook his head and said, "Please wait for a moment. The disciple in charge of the test just now isn't feeling well and has already been asked to leave. We are now looking for the second disciple. Please wait for a moment, he should be here soon." Looking at the calm expression on Han Qingyun's face, Sun Qiao, who originally had some confidence, suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that Han Qingyun asked Shun Fei to leave so that someone more powerful could go up? Thinking of this possibility, Sun Qiao's heart skipped a beat. The Tiangongmen had the advantage in numbers. It wasn't very difficult to find an expert. In terms of martial arts, although the Tiangongmen couldn't compare to the Sky Sword sect, they were definitely not to be underestimated. Legend had it that the Tiangongmen's sect master, Zhu Jinsha, had superb martial arts. Although he wasn't as good as the Sky Sword sect master, he was definitely much better than Nai Tianhao. In addition, even Han Qingyun wasn't a simple character. In terms of martial arts, Han Qingyun's martial arts were definitely on par with Nai Tianhao's. If Han Qingyun really wanted to find an expert among the Tiangongmen, it definitely wouldn't be difficult. Thinking of this, Sun Qiao only felt her confidence dwindle. She just realized that with Kikyaromen's strength, trying to fight the Tiangongmen head-on was simply overestimating himself. When Shun Fei attacked just now, Sun Qiao guessed that the difficulty of the test was almost raised by a level. If they found an even more powerful expert, wouldn't the difficulty of the test be raised by a level? Looking at Han Qingyun's expression, Sun Qiao was even more certain that her guess just now might be true. Chapter 365. This time, the Heaven's Craftsman faction had to wait for a long time before the examiners of the Heaven's Craftsman faction arrived at the competition venue. Sun Qiao could not help but exclaim when she saw the man's face. Ge Yunfei. Seeing this person appear, Han Qingyun had already stood up. He cupped his hands and bowed to the person who had come, and said respectfully, "This disciple greets master." Sun Qiao was not the only one who was shocked. The other judges were shocked as well. Ge Yunfei was the second elder of the Tiangongmen. He was extremely skilled in making equipment and his martial arts skills were impressive. Most importantly, Ge Yunfei was Han Qingyun's master. Han Qingyun's martial arts skills were taught by Ge Yunfei. Han Qingyun's martial arts skills were almost on par with Nai Tianhao's. One could only imagine how high Ge Yunfei's martial arts skills were. Looking at Ge Yunfei, whose hair had turned white, Nai Tianhao hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists. Junior Nai Tianhao greets senior. Yun Jianbai and Fan Yang did not dare to be disrespectful when they saw Ge Yunfei. They quickly stood up and bowed. Ge Yunfei, who was standing in the middle of the arena, waved his hand at the three of them. "No need to be so courteous. Today, you are the judges, and this old man is the tester. Wait a moment, please look carefully." Nai Tianhao and the others bowed apologetically again and again. Sun Qiao only recovered from her shock after everyone had bowed. She stood up abruptly and pointed at Han Qingyun. "Master Han, you cheated." Han Qingyun laughed coldly. "Master Sun, you said I cheated. Isn't my master a member of the Tiangongmen?" Sun Qiao was speechless when she heard Han Qingyun's words. Ji Yunfei was a member of the Tiangongmen. No one could deny that. However, she had never heard of a competition that required an elder of the Tiangongmen to be the tester. At this moment, Sun Qiao understood that Han Qingyun wanted to win this time. No matter the price, he wanted to win. If Ji Yunfei were to take the test this time, Sun Qiao felt that the difficulty of her side would not only increase by 1 level, but perhaps by 2. In other words, the Tiangongmen's equipment would be tested at level 12, while the Tiangongmen's equipment would be tested at level 14. Imagine using the skin of a wild bear to make an armor that could withstand a level 14 attack. Sun Qiao felt a little scared just thinking about it. Based on past experience, equipment made from wild bear skin could at most withstand a level 5 attack. But now, he actually had to use this kind of leather armor to withstand a level 14 attack, which was more than 10 level 14 attacks. No, I can't allow this to happen. Both sides were competing to see who was the winner. Whoever had the higher defensive power of their equipment would be the winner. As the victor, it was only natural for him to win the prize. The price for his side's loss was to join the Heaven's Craftsman faction. Now that her leather armor had reached level 11, it was not easy. Although she did not know who would win, there was still hope. However, the opponent had sent Ji Yunfei to take the test. This made Sun Qiao feel that she was not lucky at all. Faction leader Han, you are too despicable. Senior GE has been famous for many years. Isn't it a little against the rules to ask him to take the test? Han Qingyun smiled and waved his hand. Faction leader Sun, that's not right. Our rules were for the Tiangongmen and Kikyomen to compete. We didn't say who would be the tester. At this point, Han Qingyun smiled faintly. Sect leader Sun, if your 7 skills sect also has experts, it's fine. You can invite them to participate in the test. I, Han Qingyun, will definitely not object. Hearing this, Sun Qiao was furious. She abruptly turned her head to look at Yun Zhenbai and the others, asking loudly, shouldn't you, the judges, say something about what the Heaven's Craftsman faction has done? As soon as Sun Qiao finished speaking, Han Qingyun did not wait for the others to speak and said, Faction leader Sun, I've already said that any Tiangongmen or Kikyomen disciples can come up and compete with us. Are you still not satisfied? Sun Qiao said angrily, Han Qingyun, you know that Kikyomen doesn't have an expert. Are you going to bully us like this? Han Qingyun sighed and said slowly, Faction leader Sun, you're right. I've seen Kikyomen's weakness and I've kindly invited you to join the Tiangongmen. Han Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing, Faction leader Sun, we Tiangongmen have many talents. We're much better than Kikyomen in terms of equipment crafting and martial arts. If Kikyomen joins the Tiangongmen, you won't have to worry about outsiders coming to cause trouble. You can also focus on crafting equipment. How can you let me down? Sun Qiao was furious when she heard Han Qingyun's words. Phut, Han Qingyun, how can you make it sound so good? You Tiangongmen want to annex Kikyomen. How can you make such a despicable thing sound so righteous? You're really admirable. Speaking up to this point, Sun Quan coldly laughed, however, even though my 7 skills sect is small, we treat people with honesty. Naturally, we won't allow outsiders to cause trouble. So, I hope that Sect Master Han can keep your intentions to yourself and call off this competition. I thank you for your kind intentions. Han Qingyun's heart skipped a beat when he heard Sun Qiao's words. Even though Kikyomen's equipment was made from the skin of a wild bear, there was something strange about it. If he stopped the competition now, he wouldn't lose. Even though it would affect his reputation, it wouldn't hurt his interests. If that was the case, it would be a good thing. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun subconsciously glanced at the competition ground. When he saw the equipment that his side had sent out, his heart skipped a beat. In order to defeat Kikyomen, the Tiangongmen had paid a huge price this time. Even though the Tiangongmen were wealthy, deep-sea frigid iron and adamantine were 2 materials that couldn't be bought with money. After so many years of accumulation, the Tiangongmen only had enough deep-sea frigid iron to make 3 pieces of equipment. As for adamantine, there was even less of it. Adamantine had to be imported from the Magic Empire. Not only was it a long journey, but it was also very rare in the Magic Empire. Now, in order to win this competition, Han Qingyun had used so much deep-sea frigid iron and precious adamantine. If the competition ended in this way, it would be a big deal. In order to compete with Kikyomen, Han Qingyun had used so many precious items. If the competition ended in this way, someone would definitely report to the faction leader that he had made a mistake in his decision. Chapter 366. Han Qingyun looked at the shiny golden equipment, then at Kikyomen's dull leather armor, and finally at Ji Yunfei. As a disciple, no one knew better than him how powerful his master was. If he were to fight, even a normal weapon would be able to display the power of a peerless master. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun suddenly gritted his teeth and turned to Sun Qiao, saying coldly, "Sect leader Sun, don't waste your time. Unless you admit defeat in this battle, we will continue until the victor is decided." Before Sun Qiao could reply, Yun Zhenbai had already interjected before Han Qingyun had finished speaking. "Sect Master Han, since we are going to continue the competition, what should we do about Senior GE?" When Han Qingyun heard that, he immediately burst into laughter. "Brother Yun, what's there to do? As long as my master is a member of our Heaven's Craftsman faction, he can represent our faction in battle. Is there a problem with that?" Hearing Han Qingyun's reply, Yun Zhenbai turned to Sun Qiao and asked in a low voice, "Sect Master Sun, you see." Sun Qiao didn't wait for Yun Zhenbai to finish and interrupted him. "No, definitely not. Although Senior GE is a member of the Tiangongmen, he can't be a candidate for the test. I won't allow this to happen." Upon hearing this, Han Qingyun sneered, "Sect Master Sun, does our Heaven's Craftsman sect need your 7 skills sect's approval to send out anyone to fight?" Sun Qiao snorted, "I don't care who you send, but if you send your second elder, then I have to ask." Hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun waved his hand, "Sect Master Sun, as I said, if you think it's unfair to send my master, then you can also send someone to participate in the test." Han Qingyun paused and sneered. "Sect Master Sun, as long as it's someone from Kikyomen, you can send anyone. I'm not as petty as you. As long as it's someone from Kikyomen, I won't object." When Sun Qiao heard this, she was instantly enraged. "Han Qingyun, just now when we sent Prince Zhong out, you did everything you could to stop us. How could you force Senior GE to step out and not fight for you?" Han Qingyun shook his head. "As I said earlier, Prince Zhong is not a member of Kikyomen. Why should he fight for you? That's why I refused. If Prince Zhong is a member of Kikyomen, I definitely won't object. In fact, I'll even support you in doing so." The two contestants were arguing so fiercely that the judges were at their wits' end, unable to persuade them. Han Qingyun's words made sense. As long as one was a member of the Tiangongmen or Kikyomen, they could participate in the test. Although Ji Yunfei was of noble status and was the second elder of the Tiangongmen, no one could deny that Ji Yunfei was a member of the Tiangongmen. Therefore, it wasn't against the rules for Ji Yunfei to represent the Tiangongmen. However, even though it wasn't against the rules, it wasn't right for a gang's second elder to participate in the test. Moreover, this second elder was highly skilled in martial arts. Even Nai Tianhao, who was the most skilled of the judges, was no match for him. Seeing that Han Qingyun wasn't going to let them off, Sun Qiao said angrily, "Since Sect Master Han is being unreasonable, then there's nothing for us to talk about. Let's call it a day. I won't compete with you in the future." After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Han Qingyun burst into laughter. He suddenly took out a contract and placed it on the table. He laughed and said, "Judges, come and take a look. Doesn't it say that as long as someone voluntarily withdraws from the competition, it means that that person has admitted defeat?" Yun Zhenbai and the other two hurriedly stood up and looked at the contract. After reading the contract, Fan Yang sighed and turned his head to look at Sun Qiao. He said softly, "Sect leader Sun, you were also present when this contract was first signed. I'm sure you're very clear about the terms of the contract. It's clearly written that if anyone wants to withdraw from the competition, it means that they have admitted defeat. Sect Master Sun, I think you should continue. If you don't continue, it means that you've admitted defeat." Looking at the contract on the table, Sun Qiao was so angry that her teeth itched. She couldn't wait to tear the contract to shreds. However, That was just a thought. Sun Qiao knew that even if she tore the contract, it would be meaningless. The reason why Han Qingyun had gathered so many people was to testify for him. If she tore the contract, it would mean that she had admitted defeat. Seeing Sun Qiao's livid face, Han Qingyun sneered and held the contract in his hand. He raised it high above his head and shouted to the audience. If anyone doesn't believe my words, you can come closer and take a look. If I'm talking nonsense, then I've lost this competition. When the audience heard Han Qingyun's words, there were a few people who were curious. They left their seats and came to the judges' table to check the contract in Han Qingyun's hand. After reading the contract, these people shook their heads and returned to the audience's table. They talked about the terms of the contract with the people next to them. Seeing the situation develop like this, Sun Qiao was so angry that her body was trembling. She suddenly turned her head to look at Han Qingyun and said loudly, "Han Qingyun, don't be so smug. The terms of the contract don't state that the elders of our sect can participate. I have the right to refuse." Hearing that, Han Qingyun slapped the table and said with a laugh, "Master Sun, you're being unreasonable. Since my master is a member of our Heaven's Craftsman faction, it's absolutely not against the rules even if he represents us in battle." At this point, Han Qingyun turned his head to look at the judges and said loudly, "Everyone, since Sect Master Sun doesn't want to continue the competition, I won't force him. Please announce the results of the competition." When they heard Han Qingyun's words, even the audience stopped talking. They all looked over to hear the judges announce the results. When the three judges heard Han Qingyun's words, they subconsciously looked at each other and saw the difficult look in each other's eyes. The Tiangongmen's equipment was made of deep-sea cold iron and adamantine. Although its defense was amazing, Kikyaromen's equipment was definitely not ordinary. Originally, everyone thought that this super equipment would easily beat Kikyaromen's leather armor. They didn't expect Kikyaromen to suddenly appear and turn this leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear into a super equipment. The outcome of this match was highly anticipated. Everyone wanted to see if the defensive power of this leather armor could surpass that of the Heaven's Craftsman faction's equipment. Even though Kikyaromen's leather armor had lost so far, it was still considered a loss. Chapter 367. Even if Kikyaromen lost the leather armor made from the skin of a wild bear, no one would underestimate Kikyaromen's craftsmanship. It was a miracle that a leather armor could be made into such a horrifying piece of equipment. Such a miracle was beyond everyone's imagination. Actually, at this point, no one was interested in the Tiangongmen's super equipment anymore. They wanted to see how many levels of attacks Kikyaromen's equipment could withstand. Amidst their anticipation, someone in the audience shouted when Han Qingyun was about to ask Kikyaromen to surrender. "Sect Master Sun, you can't surrender. We're still waiting to see how many levels of attacks your equipment can withstand." "Yeah, Sect Master Sun, you must continue the competition. Sect Master Sun, we support you." Hearing the commotion from the audience, Han Qingyun's face turned ugly. "Sect Master Sun, hurry up and say something. Do you want to continue the competition or surrender?" Hearing Han Qingyun's words, Sun Qiao looked at the audience, then turned to Han Qingyun and said angrily, "Han Qingyun, as long as you ask Senior GE to step down, we'll continue the competition. Otherwise, even if I lose, I won't accept it." Han Qingyun sneered, "Sect Master Sun, I don't care if you accept it or not. I only remember that the contract says that if you lose, you'll immediately join the Tiangongmen. There's no room for negotiation." Hearing this, Sun Qiao was enraged. She pointed at Han Qingyun and scolded, "Han Qingyun, you're too despicable. Just to win this competition, you're asking your own master to fight." Before Sun Qiao could finish, Yun Zhenbai stepped up and interrupted her, "Sect Master Sun, I sympathize with your situation. But Sect Master Han's actions are not against the rules. The contract clearly states that people other than the Heaven's Craftsman faction and the Seven Skills sect aren't allowed to participate. Senior, although you're an elder of the Heaven's Craftsman faction, it doesn't state that elders of the Heaven's Craftsman faction are not allowed to participate." At this point, Yun Zhenbai sighed and continued, "Sect Leader Sun, I see that the defense of your equipment is amazing. You might not lose. Let's continue the competition." When Sun Qiao heard this, she immediately panicked. Master Yun, but Senior Ji's martial arts skills are really too high. If he fights, I'm afraid. Although Sun Qiao didn't finish her words, everyone already understood what she meant. Yun Zhenbai said with a wry smile, no one knew this would happen. However, since the Heaven's Craftsman faction didn't violate any rules, if Master Sun refuses to take part in the competition, we'll be in a difficult position. After hearing Yun Zhenbai's words, Fan Yang also sighed. That's why we have to pay attention. Grandmaster Yun is right. Since things have already come to this, I think you should continue with the competition. Otherwise, if you lose this competition because of forfeiting, the losses will outweigh the gains. Hearing their words, Sun Qiao's heart turned cold. She knew very well that if she continued to cause trouble, it would be useless. Perhaps Han Qingyun was really hoping that she would cause trouble. According to Sun Qiao's guess, the equipment that the Qiangongmen used for the competition should be able to block a level 12 attack. Of course, this was only her guess. She didn't know exactly how many levels of attack it could block. However, it wouldn't be easy for her leather armor to block a level 12 attack. More importantly, the other party had added insult to injury by asking Ji Yunfei to fight. According to Sun Qiao's guess, with Ji Yunfei's skills and a level 12 weapon, he might be able to unleash a level 14 attack. If he unleashed a level 14 attack, would her leather armor really be able to withstand it? The most infuriating thing was that her Kikyaromen didn't have any experts. Even if she wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine, there was nothing she could do. This competition had already exceeded Sun Qiao's expectations. It had reached a stage that she couldn't imagine. Thinking about Yun Zhenbai and Fan Yang's words, Sun Qiao sighed in her heart. She sat down weakly and sighed. All right, let's continue with the competition. Yun Zhenbai and the others also sighed in their hearts after hearing Sun Qiao's words. If both parties were to compete normally, Kikyaromen's leather armor's super defense might really be able to compete with the Qiangongmen's equipment. However, now that the Qiangongmen had sent Ji Yunfei, this made the competition a little unfair. While the Qiangongmen's armor could withstand a level 12 attack, Kikyaromen's leather armor could withstand a level 13 or even level 14 attack. This was simply too unfair. However, although everyone knew that it was unfair, they couldn't change this fact. Because both parties had a contract in hand, outsiders couldn't say anything about it. Seeing that Sun Qiao had agreed to continue the competition, Han Qingyun was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, Han Qingyun slowly lowered his head and looked at the competition field. Suddenly, he cupped his fists and bowed to Ji Yunfei. Master, this competition concerns the reputation of our sect. Please don't hold back. Your disciple thanks you. Ji Yunfei, who had been silent all this while, only nodded slightly after hearing Han Qingyun's words. These people in front of him were all his juniors, so he didn't have anything good to say. If it weren't for his disciple's urgent request, he wouldn't have participated in this competition no matter what. With his status, if he wanted to participate in a competition, it would be a competition between the major sects. In fact, while the judges were arguing on the stage, Ji Yunfei had been observing Kikyaromen's leather armor. Kikyaromen's leather armor was indeed made from the skin of a wild bear. Ji Yunfei was absolutely sure of this. Based on his experience, he could tell that this leather armor had been soaked in a special liquid to increase the toughness of the wild bear's skin, thereby increasing the armor's defensive capabilities. In addition, the surface of the leather armor was faintly coated with a layer of skyworm silk. The purpose was naturally to make use of the skyworm silk's toughness to increase the armor's defensive capabilities against pickups. When he saw Kikyaromen's design, Yunfei sneered inwardly. The skyworm silk was indeed very strong and could indeed increase the armor's defensive capabilities. However, such a thin layer of skyworm silk had no effect on spike-type weapons. It only increased the armor's defensive capabilities by a little. Actually, Sun Qiao had thought of this point as well as Ji Yunfei. Unfortunately, she didn't have that much skyworm silk, so she could only use a thin layer to block the entire leather armor. She didn't have enough skyworm silk to increase the density of the armor. When that disciple had gone to find Ji Yunfei hadn't wanted to come. However, He had heard from that disciple that the leather armor made by Kikyomen could actually withstand a level 11 attack. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.